possible ways in which we can seek to improve our parliament. And the reason why I consider this to be a seminal moment is because this is our republic. We've become a republic. We are now guiding our ship of state, totally accountable to ourselves, accountable to the people of this country. And this is an important step for this precious land of ours. I have had a ringside seat, a front row seat, engaging in the rebirth of Barbados as a republic. I've had a view of the transformation of our nation as we seek as a government to transform institutions and transform people and transform enterprises so that Barbados can become the best that it can be, so that we can be modern, we can be inclusive. I've watched this country be restored to a place where it can punch above its weight and it can cleave a path to be able to sit at the global table and to be able to make a contribution that is worthwhile, not only to Barbados, not only to SIDS, but to the world. And so it is with a sense of personal pride that I am a part of this generation of Barbadians that come to this moment. We've seen the restoration of dignity, the shining of our image. And I believe that times ask for a particular type of person or persons to arise. And I sincerely believe, Mr. Speaker, that this group of parliamentarians have come to office for such a time as this. These are some of the most challenging times that we have experienced. And this generation of Barbadians have been selected to be a part of Barbados for such a time as this. So with these historic moments before us, it is important that we take seriously that which we do with our republic. Now, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary reform is not easy, but where we are today begs of us to be bold and to take the changes that are necessary to ensure that our parliamentary democracy is refreshed, it's strengthened, our rules that govern us, how we organize our structure and our institutions, that it becomes fit for purpose to take Barbados into the future. And I would want Barbadians to understand, when we look around the world and we see what is happening in other countries and the ease with which a democracy can be lost, that we as a people must guard our own heritage and therefore pay careful attention to this particular process and contribute to this process and not ignore it and wait for somebody else to come and say to them what it is about, possibly misleading them, and therefore not allowing them to be able to make good judgments about this parliamentary reform. Mr. Speaker, a democracy is simply an agreement. That's all it is. It is an agreement. People agreeing that this is how we will govern ourselves. And what we do in our parliament is to build the laws to give effect to that agreement. But the day that people decide that they are not following through on the tenets of that agreement, the entire experience, the entire country will fall. And that is why it's important to protect it. We have an agreement that was written in the blood of our ancestors who experienced slavery and who longed for the day when they could make choices, when they could vote, when their voice should be counted. This is why no Barbadian should ignore that right to vote and to participate in our democracy. It is written in the tired muscles and tired hearts of grandparents who not only brought up their children, but brought up their grandchildren, and with great difficulty helped to get them to a state where they could contribute to their own lives and contribute to this democracy. It is written in the tissues of small business enterprises who have struggled in a difficult land, seeking to be able to make a living and create a living for others. It is written in the exhausted strength of teachers, nurses, and police officers who carry for us those laws, those promises in the work that they do every single day. Our democracy has had its cost. It is written in the passion and written in the commitment of the parliamentarians, both past and present, who have served in this honourable chamber and the other chamber for the benefit of Barbadians. So this is a historic document, and what it must indeed do is to help us strengthen the democracy. Now, in the document, I was very pleased to read it. There are many things in there that I agree with, but I want to be able to share a number of things that I want to draw to the attention of the public. And this document has identified some gaps that we need to strengthen. And one of the things about a democracy must have accountability. That if we've put our hand up to serve or to be employed in a particular position, and there's certain rules and certain requirements in terms of performance that we are supposed to give, there must be accountability in a democracy. And that is why the Public Accounts Committee is an important part of this structure, why it must be preserved, why it must be strengthened, why it must have the powers to ensure that people come and give an account of what has been done with the funds of the people of this nation. And that is why I heartily support the recommendations that have been put here by the Parliamentary Commission Group to look at things such as ensuring that even if we don't have an opposition leader in the lower house, that at least there is someone who can continue the work of the Public Accounts Committee, because at no time should Barbados find itself in a position where it cannot function to be able to hold us accountable. And I think that is important. And they have also asked for specific skills to be present so that the examination can be real, so that there can be thoroughness in the way in which we examine the performance of government in this country. And therefore, they've asked for legal and accounting and auditing skills. They've suggested that the deputy of the Public Accounts Committee could be a non-parliamentarian person, and that a couple of non-parliamentarian persons should be included in the Public Accounts Committee. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. But I think one of the things that we would need to do is to ensure that it has the resources that it can do its job, so that people can trust the government that they have elected at the last election. The other recommendation that I felt is important was the revival of the Regulations Committee. I know that we also have a number of committees of Parliament that examine specific bills that we might refer to them to examine and get public input and get broader input before we actually pass it. So I believe that all of these are structures that help us to involve the people in their own governance, to create an opportunity for discussion, for explanation, that is able to allow us to examine what is put before the Parliament and ensure that it meets the needs of people. Now, there's something that is very dear to my heart as part of this structure, and it is the question time. Especially in a situation where we have 30 Love. It is important that the voices of the people be heard and that their specific questions get answered, even though I think we still need it, even though we have an opposition leader, because I'm always amazed at how he speaks as though he's the voice of the people. The people want to know he's there to represent the voice, yet he's only been elected by one group. The rest of us have been elected by thousands and thousands of people to come and represent their concerns. And therefore, I would anticipate that what we share and how we decide that it is reflective of what is the will of the people. And so, having a question time, whether it is on a periodic basis that the general public can send in questions, the Clerk of Parliament can sort them according to topics and summarize them so that they can be addressed, I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing if ministers are asked to account for a specific element that is of concern to people, and to be able to take a few minutes before we actually get into the day's business of Parliament to answer these things. And the reason why I think it is important, when we don't have these avenues to answer, there are all types of manipulations, misrepresentations, all sorts of untruthful things that are concocted for public consumption, put out on the social media, and it stays out there in the atmosphere unchallenged. But if we're able to come in here every week and address something, we'll be able to ensure that the public gets the truth and nothing but the truth. And this is important. So I would welcome some form of question time. Now, there was an article in the report that really caught my attention, because it is something that I feel is at the foundation of your parliamentary structure, and that for your democracy to work, we must ensure that there's strength in the structure. And at 6.4, it reads, in some countries, the growing cynicism about parliamentarians has caused anti-democratic forces to become emboldened, occasionally with violent effect. And while Barbados has done well, it cannot be complacent. If the country is to continue on its path of a stable and peaceful democracy, public trust and confidence in Parliament must be strengthened and cynicism arrested and reversed if possible. Therefore, we have a responsibility to bolster confidence in this institution and in the people who come here and sit here to represent people. It's important. So what does that mean? It means that we have to look at how we are going to restore respect for authority, because we recognize throughout the country that breakdown of respect for institutions, respect for authority, has led to a number of behaviors that can undermine the governance of this country. Then you have a situation, Mr. Speaker, where a child becomes angry about something and feels that he is within his right to decide that he's going to pick up a rock and pelt at a teacher. Something is wrong. When you have a police officer confronting a citizen and directing that citizen to comply with a lawful order, and that citizen decides that he does not want to comply with that order, then we are having a breakdown. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, it is important that a number of things start and stop in this country to help rebuild that sense of confidence and restore respect for the institutions in this country. And as the person sitting in this Parliament, we are the guardians of that, and therefore have the responsibility to do what we need to do to strengthen respect for authority. One of the first things that would be important is the conduct by office holders. And this is why I welcome in this document review of legislation governing the conduct of parliamentarians. Now, Barbados has been fortunate despite all of the negative talk that you hear in the public space, Barbadians only have to see one or two vagabonds and they want to paint everybody with the same brush. But Barbados would not be where it is today if it did not have generations of parliamentarians who came here to serve, who did of their best and brought this country to where it is. And we must not allow the ones who do not follow that model to so occupy our mind that we then feel that all we have in Parliament is a bunch of criminals. That is not who we are. That is not what Barbados has brought to high office. So our conduct in the office is important. But the other thing that is critical are the hygiene factors in the group. Whether you're talking about a company, a department, a parliament, whether you're talking about a political party, a church, a club, a group, there are certain hygiene factors that must be a part of their way of business. How do we deal with people who violate the code that binds us together? How do we address when people do not abide by the agreement? No, it does not mean you have to destroy everybody or destroy everything. But it means that a team or a group must have a set of actions that they take to address when a member steps out of line. This is how you will build confidence in the people whom you serve, that you will take care of things if they go out of order. And this is important for a political party. This is important for the police force. This is important for the legal profession. This is important for customs. It's important for security guards. It's important for ZR drivers. Every grouping must see that it sets in place various hygiene factors where it can clean up itself when someone steps out of line. Now, what are some of the other things that are important to keeping the respect for a democracy and for a parliament? In societies, sir, whether they're simple, basic societies, or if they are the most sophisticated, they recognize that there must be symbols that demonstrate the power of the agreement which we have made concerning being a democracy. And so every society develops trappings, develop ways of dressing, ceremonial robes, certain things that they designate as being a part of a particular office. There are also specific benefits that accrue to the holders of that particular office, because you want to accord to them the highest possible consideration and regard, and we do so by the benefits we accord to them. We also look at how we treat them after they leave office, and I'll touch on that for a moment. When sometimes we, here in Barbados, because of the cynicism with parliamentarians in an effort to try to show the public that no, I'm not here for selfish reasons. No, I'm not here to get things. I am not here to advance myself. We often unconsciously contribute to the undermining of the office by refusing to treat the institution and treat the office holders in a particular way. And I'll raise three things. When I look at the state of State House, that needs renovations. When I look at government headquarters, it is painful. When you look at the Prime Minister's residence, and why is it that we have not prioritize making sure that these symbols, these national symbols of our country, of our republic, look up to date, up to mark, and well cared for. This has happened because of our effort to avoid looking like we're spending money on ourselves. The issue here is not the person in the office. The point here is that the office must be upheld and the institution must be upheld. And this parliament as well. We have to do things to this parliament. I've been to other parliaments across the world, as have you, Mr. Speaker. And when you see, I'm not talking about extravagance, I'm talking about making sure that there is a pristine, elegant setting for the highest office in the land to operate from. Because this is how you garner respect. That's one of the reasons why people have uniforms. The reason why you have uniforms, you're telling a child, we obey a certain set of conduct. We belong to a school. We have an image. We have a brand. That's why they wear a uniform. And so making sure that all of our institutions look as they should because they carry the image of the country. When we do that, we are giving honor to the institutions that we need the public to look up to and the public to respect. If you disrespect the office, disrespect the surroundings, then the communities and the citizens will not respect the institution. And this is something that we have to deal with. I know that there are situations where a number of prime ministers have, refused to take honors or refused to have something done in their name or refused to accept a benefit in their effort to demonstrate that they're not there for selfish reasons. But personally, and this is my personal view, I do not agree with that. One of the things that hurt me deeply was when the late Sir Erskine Sandiford, Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, was out of office. He was one of the few prime ministers we had that lived, did not die in office. He should have had a vehicle, a driver, someone to help him do research. I know that we're now putting these things in, but we should never have allowed a situation where he did not have someone to drive him and to bring him in a proper vehicle. And I welcome the provisions in this parliamentary report that we need to redress these situations, and people ought not to refuse them because you're not doing it for yourself, you're doing it to uphold the office. And this is another reason why we need to make sure that we capture the work of this parliament, capture the work of the parliamentarians in here. I see that the university has an excellent program called This Day in Bajan History. We should have something similar for this parliament. There's speeches that our people could learn from. There are things that young parliamentarians could benefit from hearing. How did that generation of our parliament deal with this situation? This is how we learn. We should have a program of continuously inviting our children and groups to come to Parliament so that they can understand how they are governed and how they can contribute to governance. This is important. But one of the things that really upsets me is that we have allowed people in this country to undermine and tear down institutions in their effort to get at people that they don't like, or in an effort to change a government to persuade the public to embrace a different political party. And this is unfortunate. Why? Because those groups and individuals are sometimes people that the public trusts. their judgment. So when you ask a question, when you raise an issue, they believe that you have done the necessary investigation and you have come up with the fact that there is a problem here. And what has happened across the country now is that you have the constant tearing down, the casting of aspersions on people, the speaking of opinions without any fact. And what this is doing is putting misinformation and misleading the people of the country. I believe that Barbadians deserve the truth. And just as in a court of law, Mr. Speaker, they not only deserve the truth, they deserve the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Because a jury or a judge cannot make a determination unless they have the whole truth. And therefore, the whole story has to be told. Let the chips fall where they may. We do not have to have people in this country who decide that they want to put down one side and put up another side, and therefore carry out a program that distorts the landscape and does not put the whole truth and nothing but the truth before the people, so the people can make the very best judgment. When they do that, they are saying that they know what is best for the people, and they will now manipulate the people to move in a particular way. Not in a democracy. A democracy requires truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. You don't have to hold up one side or the other. That's not their job. But it's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So it is important, and one of the things that I am glad about with the issue of the president, I will just share what my view is. I do not think that that should be an elected position. I agree with the view that to expose the president to election smears and people raising questions about them and their conduct and their this and their that and so on, I think is highly inappropriate, and therefore must stay out of that realm, so that when our president rises, when she attends a function, she is seen as a person of dignity, seen as a person who is the best representing Barbados at the very highest level, and not have all of those attacks on her coming from out of a political space. And the same must happen for our police, our teachers, our nurses, our prison officers, our defense personnel, our fire, and our judiciary. When I was a child, and I'm sure it happened in your home, Mr. Speaker, you were not allowed to disrespect your mother or disrespect your father, regardless of what they did. The other parent will tell you, no, that is your parent, that's your father. No, that is your mother. You're not allowed to speak in that way. Whether they're right or wrong, you are not allowed to speak or relate to them in that way. What were they doing? They were trying to preserve the family, the structure of the family, and the capacity of the parents in the family to be able to guide the children so that the children will not depart from the path that was good for them. The same thing has to happen in a democracy. It does not mean you don't hold people accountable, but you cannot have the continuous pot shots, the continuous innuendos, the continuous manipulations, and painting everybody with a wide brush because you're suspicious of parliamentarians. So those hygiene factors are important, and those behaviors on the part of the citizens are important. And when things go wrong, let us deal with it and deal with it efficiently. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at keeping a proper record of our journey. I, for one, would be glad if, for example, at UE Cave Hill, history students were given the task of chronicling the life and the sayings and speeches of parliamentarians. and that they're able to extract and pull from these things what is best about the Barbadian nature and the Barbadian spirit. And once we can begin to put these images in the face of our children, the images that people look at have an impact on them. If you go back to the biblical story of Jacob, who wanted to unfair his father-in-law, he made a deal with him, and in front of the animals, he put rods with rings and so on around it, so that as the animals drank and saw it every day, he said that it would affect what kind of young they produce. And Jacob was to get all the ones that had markings. And Jacob made himself rich doing that. But psychologists will tell us that children are like that. You cannot have children watching 20, 30 acts of violence every day and don't think you're going to get the outcome that we're getting now. So the question is, what are we putting before them? We have to be able to show them people of character, people of good repute, people with good morals and offering service to this country. And they should be able to find it in this parliament, in the lower house and the upper chamber. That is what we should be keeping before their eyes and other people in the community, so that they are inspired to be able to walk a path because they see other people walking that path and recognize that that path is more beneficial for them in the long run. And that's what we need to do. So these are some of the things we need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to end by sharing with you that I am not only pleased to be a part of this group, but I am pleased to have the opportunity to connect with this parliamentary reform. There are many things in it that I think are going to be important for us. The reason why I emphasize how we conduct ourselves and then how we speak about ourselves and how others speak about us, if we don't stop that, we are not going to attract good people to come to serve. That's the bottom line. And what will happen after a while is that political parties will find themselves scraping the bottom of the barrel if they don't stop this constant tearing down of this institution, the House of Parliament, and the people who sit herein. We need to grow a new generation of parliamentarians, and I'm very pleased with the announcement of the newest senator that will be joining the upper house. We need to find more young Barbadians that we have inspired, that they want to help our democracy to stay strong. And I would want to encourage anyone who is interested in coming to public office to so do, but prepare yourself to be able to operate by the code of conduct which this bill here, this report is recommending for us. They have outlined for us a trident code. T for trustworthy, R for respectable, I for informed, D to be dutiful, E to be ethical, N to be noble, and T to be truthful. And if all of us can abide by this code, we will inspire the respect and admiration of our young, of our citizens. If we can do this, we will preserve the respect for our democracy, and we will be able to inculcate in Barbadians that their democracy is precious, and going out to vote for it, coming out to question laws and to input and make contributions to laws is a part of their responsibility. This is where we need to bring our people to. And I believe that we have a moment here in this renewal of our parliament to achieve this objective. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to join with others who have spoken so far on this report in commending the Parliamentary Reform Commission for assisting this government in demonstrating yet again its commitment to transparency, fairness, and governance. We learned that throughout the course of the Commission's work that it had some 13 private hearings, 10 public town hall meetings, 55 internal meetings, and a Zoom call for the diaspora. And of course, there was public viewership of the sessions. Mr. Speaker, this is testament of the renewed commitment that has been exemplified by this party in government to transparency, dialogue, inclusion, good faith with its people. Mr. Speaker, these are values that I believe the party which is in government are not unfamiliar with. Because indeed, these are the values that formed the underpinning of its formation back in 1938. And 2 years later, we saw the formation of another institution in Barbados, now celebrating 85 years this year, the Labor Department, built on these same values. And a year after that, the formation of the Barbados Workers Union, for instance, all institutions that are committed to the principles of transparency, fairness, and good faith. Mr. Speaker, so as a side note, I therefore am happy to have others join with me in celebrating the 85th year of the Labor Department and its contribution to good governance in Barbados, not only in the world of work or in the area of work, but in Barbados. But notwithstanding the contribution that institutions have made to good governance, notwithstanding the contributions that they have made to upholding the principles of fairness and so on, one thing stands out. And the one thing that stands out, and even yesterday as we were opening or launching Occupational Safety and Health Week, it was repeated a couple times by presenters, that even although we have served well, we must continue to evolve. I think one person framed it, evolution must continue to evolve. In other words, change must be a continuous process, not for the sake of it, but for the sake of ensuring that institutions are fit for the times. Institutions are fit for the modern environment within which they must function. So this parliamentary reform process must therefore reflect our shared commitment to changing with the times, yes, but more so doing what is right and not simply what is convenient. So in the time that I have allotted, sir, I want to spend it addressing 4 broad areas. And the first of these relates to the electoral process. The report, sir, has taken note of concerns expressed by citizens across this country and the perception of some that the absence of an opposition creates a vacuum. And in expressing that concern that the absence of an opposition creates a vacuum, there are some who have been seemingly confusing the absence of an opposition where it has taken place with the absence of democracy. And I think that's important that we make a distinction between the two things. Because while I appreciate that democracy is something that must not and should not be taken for granted. I don't think it is fair by any who make the comment, not based on real observation, that we live in a country today where democracy is at stake. I don't think that one could say that democracy is at stake where people are able publicly, they don't have to coop up within their homes and do it. People are able to publicly express where they disagree with things and communicate that. We live in a country where it might be regrettable that people have had to declare not once but twice that there's a certain set that they would not wish to see in Parliament, either sitting as the government or as an opposition. So in that vein, on two separate occasions, people voted, and the citizens of this country voted in a manner that was emphatic, 30-0. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, people were saying in no uncertain terms, we don't want them. We don't want them as our government. We don't want them as our opposition. I think that's instructive. And Mr. Speaker, it forms the basis of the other comments that I will make under the electoral process. The will of the people is fundamental to any democracy. And when the will of the people as expressed by a 30-0 is expressed in that way, Mr. Speaker, it's my submission that it does not conflict with democracy. What it is and what we must all observe it to be is a clear indication that people are asking for good government and good governance. Responsible government and responsible governance. Mr. Speaker, let me hasten to say that as a citizen of this country, I look forward to the day when the will of the people can be expressed in such a way where there will be an opposition. And I say so because that is exactly how I feel. I feel it is important to have an opposition. And there's no contradiction in what I'm saying if you follow me carefully. I believe that it is important to have an opposition, but that opposition should be in place expressly at the will of the people. So if the people determine they want 30-0, fine. But my preference will be to see a credible opposition that has been elected as an opposition to serve the people of Barbados as an opposition. And what am I saying? I believe that it is important, and our parliament, our country, has certainly thrived when governments have had a solid opposition keeping their feet to the fire. I believe that a government should not have to be forced to become its own conscience. But what I do not believe, sir, is that we should undermine the will of the people. And undermining the will of the people, in my view, is where the people's will was not exercised or expressed in a way where they elected you to serve in a particular capacity, but where, because of the failings of a system, people are allowed to force their way into positions that the electorate did not have for them at the time that they went to the polls. So, Mr. Speaker, it should come as no surprise, for instance, that I don't believe in crossing the floor without going back to the electorate. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that our parliament or our country is no better served when an opposition is self-created and allowed to cross the floor and is accommodated in doing so and suddenly operate, since everybody in here likes to use the Bible as a Pharaoh who never knew Joseph. And we see the consequences of that undermining action and what it could portend for parties and what it can portend for governance and not government, governance. Democracy is at stake, however, when there is pervading misinformation. Some others have referred to it as untruths. Some may even consider it as blatant lies, being tracked, warning people, cautioning people about authoritarian situations that do not exist, but indeed using authoritarian language and tactics to erode the trust that citizens have in the people that they have elected to lead them. The former speaker, the honorable member from St. James South, made reference to it. It contributes then to a growing cynicism that breeds distrust, and that distrust disconnects people from the system, the democratic system that is put in place to govern. Because when people become distrustful or mistrustful, what you have is people saying, I mind, all of them is the same. That's one of the responses. Not me, I am bothering to vote. So you do not exercise the right, the hard fought for and won right established over 75 years ago that has been there to ensure that you can have a say in the matters concerning you. But these kind of tactics, framed in very strategic, let me put it, very strategic ways sometimes to prey on the minds on those who are not as analytical, and some who may fancy themselves to be but don't connect what it is intended to do. Because if you say something and you leave it hanging, a person may interpret it in a particular way, but because you have not qualified it, the individual does not hear the full story and is not able to glean the truth. So what happens is that we have then as leaders to be preoccupied with going out there and getting behind the mistruths and the half-truths and everything that's said, time and energy that can be spent governing and bringing more meaningful change to the people who have put us here to serve. Mr. Speaker, sir, so I'm not supportive of crossing the floor without going back to the electorate. Anybody can decide today or tomorrow that they don't want to play on a team any longer. That is their right. But where people have determined and exercised the right to put us here, we must go back to those people to affirm or to reject. And that is my clear position. And similarly, sir, I make a comment on the report where it mentions the whole business of first past the post. I believe in first past the post. Not interested in any proportional representation. For the same reason, either the people want you or they don't want you. And if the people want you, you will win by majority. When the people reject you, they may even reject you by majority, as we have observed in a number of cases, including the last two elections, general elections that we had, and the last two by elections too, I dare say. So crossing the floor and first past the post are principles that I believe, and I support the view of the commission, therefore, and in its report, that these are not things that should be upheld unless, in the case of crossing the floor, some person gets to go back to the public, the electorate. Mr. Speaker, sir, The will of the people provides electoral legitimacy. And so my views regarding a subvention are therefore linked to those previous two views that I expressed. Because a subvention should only become applicable, Mr. Speaker, sir, where there's an electoral positioning. In other words, where people put you there, and where people are clear that they put you there with a particular political party or not. So electoral positioning should be the underpinning of a subvention and not political repositioning, crossing the floor, for instance. I could remain open to a system, moving off of that, because there ain't much to say about that. I could remain open to a system of national MPs. The report flags it. It was an important area for discussion. And I can remain open to a system that allows for national MPs. But I have reservations somewhat in that system because, as one who has said at least 3 times now in this presentation that the will of the people must be upheld, the system of national MPs could very well lead to people getting put in place that have not met with the favor of the electorate. Now, if it's a system where you're using single member and people go to the votes, national MPs go to the votes, face the electorate in the same way as other MPs, that would be fine. But some of the recommendations that have been put forward would still allow for if a party has a certain amount, but they have not reached the majority, for proportionality to come into play when MPs are being chosen, and that would be where I would see my reservation. Because if people then elect you to serve, I maintain that even if we were considering proportions for how selection can take place for national MPs, the lowest percentage that I have known to be a pass mark in anything I did is still 40. And that was in university UE. I think at the time they used to feel for some students who couldn't make the 50% pass mark, and UE had a C at one point, a C minus, I believe it was, at 40%. But when I was looking back through elections, the last few elections, Mr. Speaker, I realized that even if it was a 30% as a pass mark, that on the last few occasions, there was no opposition that met that mark. But I'm saying basically on the issue of national MPs, just to be clear on it, that it is something that can be supported, but I still believe that the will of the people must be recognized even in that process. I appreciate, well, the fact that there are certain offices, like if you hold the office of Prime Minister, you become conflicted and your conscience will prick you at times that your responsibilities for the overall, at the national level, make it sometimes humanly impossible for you to reach down specifically on behalf of your constituency. Mr. Speaker, in the role that you have as Speaker, in this chamber where debates are going on, you cannot express on behalf of your constituents their will because you are in the Speaker's chair. And then there are some other positions that I might be aware of that are different. And I do recall, for instance, when I came in to the lower house in 2020, there was much debate, much criticism around whether or not a person who sits as a general secretary in a union should participate in elected politics, even though it had been done before. And we won't get into all the reasons why feel that it was part of the debate, but there were some who believed that if you serve in a national capacity where you are supposed to be serving people, whether they are D, B, N, or anything, that you should not lose that national focus by being preoccupied too much at the constituency level. So there may be justification for positions. These are just 3 being considered in a particular way. But that is something that I believe would need more careful examination to make sure that if it is to be introduced at any point in time, it does not undermine the principle of the will of the people. And so, sir, I want to turn now away from the electoral process. I want to turn to some other areas, 3 other areas where I would wish to give comment. And the second one relates to the pension and gratuity of parliamentarians. Sir, on a daily basis, I am one that is an advocate for people to have dignity in service and after service. So it should come as no surprise that I would want to join with fellow parliamentarians who have spoken previously and who have made the point that we must take care of our parliamentarians in different ways. But on the point of pensions, I want to state very clearly that I am in favor of the PRC proposals around pensions, gratuities, and retirement age. I believe that the reforms in this regard are long overdue. I welcome the clarity that pensions are not gifts from the state. And Parliament must now live by the same logic that workers have been upholding in the world of work, where reward must match contribution. I also am aware that parliamentarians could have a pension, therefore, for instance, from age 50. This was done at a time when in the private sector workers could have a pension from as early as 55. That age 50 was in place from then. 55 to 60, then increased to 65, then an increase to 67. So I don't think that if we are looking at upholding the principles of fairness and justice and parity and all of these things that are related, that it will be fitting to have the pensionable age for parliamentarians remain at age 50. So I wholeheartedly support the proposals for prorated gratuity and pension eligibility from age 60. But, sir, I should have made a point as well that age 50 for parliamentarians was in place at a time too, from a time too when government workers could put in their 33 1/3 and could retire, some of them as early as age 50, because if you enter the service at 17, for instance, or 18, you are for all intents and purposes retiring at age 50, 51, and so on. But while I appreciate the unique role of parliamentarians in the lower house as being self-employed, as being servants of the people, I can't support the age remaining at age 50. However, I do regard that there are some benefits and remunerative arrangements that must be beefed up to bring parity as well to parliamentarians. And I think, sir, of health insurance. This is also a benefit that on a daily, I will make it a point to try to secure for workers. And I do not believe that parliamentarians should be operating in an environment where they have to go and secure their own health plans, and that is one of the compensatory benefits that I think should be improved on by putting it in place either through a plan itself or some allowance that goes towards that for parliamentarians. I do believe, sir, that others have made the point that there are, and I think one of the speakers earlier this morning, can't remember who, sir, but the point was made, I think one of the speakers who has a practice as a surgeon was making the point that while you are serving, you cannot go and keep up with all the, you're not practicing, and you may very well find yourself, for instance, in a position where you have to go and recertify and these kinds of things. And so, in the same way that unemployment benefit is provided to workers, in the same way that workers may, if there's a restructuring of sorts, be entitled to a severance benefit. We can't call it these things if you are categorized as self-employed, but I feel in the interest of parity that there should be some kind of payment, whether you call it a resettlement or whatever you call it, that should be recognized to allow people the opportunity to transition, whether that would mean paying professional fees, whether it means something that can hold you over, like the unemployment benefit does for 6 months while you're looking to settle into other employment. I think that there is room for us to be discussing some remunerative considerations such as this, but I do not believe that it would be fair to keep parliamentarians' pensions at 50 when everybody else, soon from now, we will be at age 60. I'm not forgetting the upper chamber. Indeed, that's where I started in 2018, and I know it well. And I joined with those who've expressed on the report in stating that the stipend that is paid to senators is one which is woefully inadequate and one, therefore, which needs to be boosted. And I don't believe that I have to I don't have anything to add to what others have said in this regard, because the work in the Senate is no less valuable or tedious than it is in the lower house in terms of preparing your speeches, reading through all the pieces of legislation, cross-reading pieces of legislation, and so on. So I think enough said on that, and I think that the point was made very well before as well about the $2,550 that is paid to parliamentarians. Now, I heard a previous speaker make mention of the fact that sometimes you have to go and raise funds. I am one of those ones that can't raise no funds. I am one of those ones, maybe I could, but I wouldn't even try to raise funds. Because in another place, I'm frequently required to sit down across from people that will never be able to come back and look in my face or go behind my back and tell nobody they owe me or don't mind she as give her X or Y or Z. And mind you, I'm not asking for it for myself. And while I recognize that I will be asking for a contribution for other people, that's something I've been very wary of. So that when I have to look constituents in the face and tell them I can try, but I can't help you right now, I don't know what I hear happening in other places, but I know that $25.50 doesn't help me, and I know that I can't dig much deeper in my pockets than I do. So I understand when the honorable member from St. Michael's South Central was saying that there was someone who approached her asking her if she's rich, if you got money, because the expectation is that politics can be for somebody like me. Because if you don't got any money and you can't beg for none, you're really probably not in a good place. So the $25.50, even if it moves to the $5,000 that we heard about, that based on inflation it could be, would still be inadequate, but it would be a step in the right direction. The next area, the third area that I want to speak on quickly relates to youth participation and letting the next generation in. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm a mother of a daughter. And because of my work, both in the labor movement and in St. George North, I am a mentor not only to her, but to a number of others. I've seen young people and I've seen young people function and serve with distinction in different areas. I had the pleasure up till last week, Monday night, at an Ideas Forum in St. George, seeing some young people coming together and taking leadership and owning and presenting ideas for how they can help their parish and how they can help their country. In fact, the youngest of these honorable member of St. George South, through you, Mr. Speaker, was probably about 10 years old or so, and presenting ideas, leading, showing the way how we could be different and better within our communities. We must not think that because youth is a factor, that youth undermines the capacity of any to offer leadership. In fact, because they're young, because they're talented, it might be the very reason why we should consider this whole issue of people who are citizens who are old enough to vote, being old enough to be involved in leadership. It should be a no-brainer. But on this one, I really want to challenge our political parties, those parties that now exist, and those who are looking to come on stream, that we consider the diversity within our own parties. People can only vote for who you present to them. So to the leaders of parties, in the way that you go about recruiting new members to parties, it is important to ensure that we have diversity not only as it relates to youth, not only as it relates to women, not only as it relates to persons with disabilities, but if we are to be all embracing, and if we are to be presenting and committing to be attentive to the issues of all Barbadians and improving the well-being of all Barbadians, then our political parties must offer to the electorate candidates that reflect exactly what we say we are able to deliver in the area of diversity. If you just sit with the young people that I sit with, you will know that they don't just want representation. They don't just want to be representatives. They want responsibility. And that is why I can join with the honorable member from St. James South in beaming with pride at the fact that the newest senator to the Parliament of Barbados is indeed among the youngest, if not the youngest, to have entered into the Senate chambers, or a young person who has not sought position, but a young person who has sought to serve. And I'm especially proud that I identified her, Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago and asked her to join my staff as well. So it gives me even greater pride that she can now be an advocate not only of workers, not only of youth, but she can have her voice added to those who contribute in the upper house. We must therefore support our young people. We must therefore more broadly support diversity. Finally, I would want to add my contribution on the role of the speaker from a perspective of fairness being at the helm. Just as in the labor movement, trust is built when leadership is recognized to be fair and impartial and seen as being above political games, and any other gimmicks. The role of speaker must be observed as such. And it is not only the point that I made previously in making reference to national MPs when I say that the role of speaker does not allow for that voice to carry within all areas of representation. But that aside, or building on that, the role of speaker must be seen and perceived as being fair and impartial. So the speaker, like any good mediator or conciliator, member for St. Peter, must be observed as being fair and impartial, and I therefore support the position of a speaker being appointed rather than being chosen from one of the elected members. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, it is my view. I've not spoken on the other areas, not because they're any less important, but these are the ones I highlighted that I felt were those that I'm very interested and keen to see where we would land on these as we seek to continually evolve to meet, so that we're fit to meet a modern and changing environment. Parliamentary reform and what the commission undertook, in my view, was not to fix something that is broken. It provided us, and this report presented in 2024, this 2024 report provide us with the opportunity, and I agree with the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South Central, it provides a perfect opportunity for us to reimagine what we would want the image of this Barbados Republic to look like. And in so reimagining it, it provides us with an opportunity to not see it as a full stop, even when aspects of the report are implemented, but to see it as a continual journey as we continue to become even better and more fit for the times. In this case, not as a government, but as the Parliament of Barbados. We are not just modernizing the procedures of Parliament. We must recognize in our contributions, not only today, but will follow as we try to implement the recommendations suggested, that we are shaping a culture. And I am very proud, Mr. Speaker, that I am a part of a government that has the will and the courage to do both of these things. And with those words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member St. Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is a privilege to rise to lend my voice and to contribute to this debate and this resolution. I want to, at the outset, express appreciation to the members of the PRC, the Parliamentary Reform Commission, for their diligence, for the sacrifice and their dedication in producing this report. A report, Mr. Speaker, that seeks to represent the views, the perspectives, the opinions of a wide cross-section of Barbadians, both here and abroad. And in that regard, I think it is an exercise that is useful, instructive, and I think that it will be very beneficial as we continue on this process and this journey towards parliamentary reform. And I use the word journey because what we are doing here in Parliament today is to take note of the report that has been submitted with its range of recommendations. There is still a significant amount of work ahead of us in terms of those public consultations and dialogue. There's still a lot of work relative to the refining of these recommendations. The executive, of course, of the country will have to weigh in and make a determination as to the way forward relative to parliamentary reform, and then we go through the process then here again at Parliament. So we're on a journey, and I do appreciate the work that has been done by those faithful Barbadians, and I want to thank them personally, and of course on behalf of the people of St. Michael North, for their contribution to this important work. And what are we really here to do, Mr. Speaker? We are seeking to engage in a conversation about the transformation. I use the word transformation and we use the word reform of our Parliament. A Parliament that has existed for centuries, a Parliament that has gone through many iterations, many changes, many metamorphoses, many transformations even, and changes over these many years. There are some things that have remained constant, and there are some things that we have introduced as time has passed. And I must say that with all of those changes, with all of those transfigurations and transformations over time, we do have a fairly effective Parliament. We're able on a daily basis to conduct the affairs of our country, to govern and to ensure that there is peace and order within our country. And I do believe, therefore, that we are already in a fairly strong place, a fairly strong platform, a foundation. And therefore, as we use words like reform and transformation, there may be in some cases things that are working quite well. And therefore, we must be able to acknowledge those things that are working well and be able to bolster them and strengthen them and enhance them where necessary. So I must say at the outset that as I go through my short discourse this afternoon to look at the recommendations thus far and to this point relative to how we will reform and continue to evolve our Parliament and how we function in service to our people, there will be some aspects of this report that I will agree with, and there are some aspects of it that I'm not necessarily in agreement with today and maybe need further convincing and persuading. Parliament, as it was said earlier by one of my colleagues, I think it was the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, has three basic responsibilities, objectives, purposes. One, we exist really and truly to represent the interests of our citizens. That is why we go through an electoral process where 30 persons across the constituencies of this island are elected to come in here and to speak on the behalf of that grouping of persons called constituents. I see that as a great honor, and I don't think that any of us in here take it lightly, the fact that persons repose their confidence in us to come to this place and to represent their interests in debate, robust debate. They do not want us just coming here to rubber stamp, but they want us to be able to engage with one another, to discuss the best possible way forward for our country, for them as citizens, as they look to us to represent their best interests. And we all, as Barbadians coming from amongst the citizenry, should want the best for our country. And they therefore expect highly from us only that which is the best. The second thing that the Parliament is supposed to do is to make laws. And of course, that is why we have bills that then become acts. We go through a parliamentary and legislative process to ensure that we have laws that keep our country running and flowing and functioning in the way that it's supposed to. And therefore, it is a very important work that we do when it comes to the legislative process. And that is what we are as legislators. And thirdly, we're also supposed to do a very important function, and one that is, I think, oftentimes overlooked, and we don't focus on it as much. And that is to oversee the affairs of the government, the executive, the functioning of our day-to-day operations as a country, monitoring our actions as a government, monitoring the actions of the executive. And therefore, you have committees like the Public Accounts Committee, which serves as that kind of a watchdog mechanism that is there and legislatively and constitutionally allowed to be able to dig deep into the affairs of state-owned enterprises, state-run facilities and institutions. And that's ultimately a part of what we do here as a Parliament, is to look at, examine closely the work of the government in delivering for the people of Barbados. And with that, I am therefore pleased that one of the recommendations within the report of the Parliamentary Reform Commission is the better utilization of committees. And I think that we as an administration have already, even without a Parliamentary Reform Commission, we have already begun to engage in a process of reform in this regard, where there's greater utilization of committees. We have standing committees, we have committees that are purpose-built, and they review pieces of legislation that require greater public scrutiny and dialogue. It allows us to be able to invite experts into the chambers of Parliament, where they can then lend their expertise, lend their voice, give their knowledge, share their experience to be able to help us to refine our bills, so that at the end of the day, what we're putting forward on the behalf of the people of Barbados is in their best interest. I applaud this effort that has already begun, and I believe that even as the Parliamentary Reform Commission has recommended the cementing, the establishment of these committees even further than they have been thus far, I am wholeheartedly in support of that as well, because it allows for robust dialogue. It allows us, because at the end of the day, the 30 persons who are in this place do not have all knowledge. We are not omniscient in any way, shape, or form. And there are persons out there who will know things and they will see things that we may not have been able to see in a bill, in a piece of proposed legislation. And it's important, therefore, that we can hear from them, invite them in through a mechanism called a committee that would allow them to be able to lend their voices to the refinement and to the perfection even of legislation that is proposed. I also believe and support and agree that there should be a compensation review relative to the terms and conditions of members of Parliament and those who serve here in Parliament. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this is a job. It is a job that is very important. And as I say that, one of the things that troubles me, and Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence because I happen to be the youngest member of Parliament. I can't say anymore that I'm the newest member of Parliament because my honourable friend to my right is now the newest member who has been added to this chamber. But I am the youngest, and therefore my perspective on what we're doing here in this reform process may be slightly different from others. And even as I think about the compensation of what we do, I reflect on the fact that having been in this for 3 years, persons tend to have a very negative view of parliamentarians. They have a negative view of politicians. And I mean, there are some things that some politicians have done over time that may have contributed to that negative view and perception of what we do here. But as I look around this chamber, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I myself, from my own experience and my own desires, my sole intention upon coming into this thing called politics is to serve in the best interest of the people of Barbados, in particular the people of St. Michael North. I did not come into this thing for self-aggrandizement. I did not come into this exercise to promote my own opportunities and initiatives. This it has been for me a tremendous sacrifice of self, of life, of career, of all sorts of things. But I do it because I believe that I have a calling to be able to lend my voice and, of course, all of my efforts and my energies towards improving the lot of those with whom I have or for whom I have responsibility, in particular the people of St. Michael North and even beyond. So I know that that is the same for my colleagues. And therefore, the idea that persons just write us off and say, oh, y'all are the same and different things like that, I shudder when I hear these concepts because I know that we sacrifice, we give up our best, we get up every single day in the best interest of our people, of our citizens, and of our country. And we have done what many others before us have done, which is to make that sacrifice, to move the needle forward, to drive our country towards and to stay on a path of progress, advancement, and development. And had it not been for several members of Parliament over the many decades who have sought to carry our nation forward, I do not know where Barbados would be today. So therefore, I think, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this responsibility that we hold as members of Parliament, I think not only for ourselves, we need to take pride in that, but I believe and I want to encourage the people of our country as well to understand and appreciate that this is a work of love. It is a sacrifice, yes, but we're doing it because there's a group of people within this chamber who want to see our country to become the best that it can be. So there needs to be a compensation review, and I believe like any other job that it needs to go through the normal channels of evaluation. A job evaluation exercise needs to be done to take a look at what it is that we do on a daily basis as members of Parliament. What is it that we do? What are the responsibilities that we bear? And therefore come up with a compensation package that is commensurate with the responsibilities that we carry, with the jobs with the role that we carry and that we hold. I believe that that is important. I think that it is just a natural course of action if we want to speak about compensation. I also believe and support, Mr. Speaker, sir, the introduction of the death claim benefit, that if a person were to pass while in office, that there is a death benefit that can be put at the disposal of those that person leaves behind in terms of family, spouse, children, etc., etc. I want to speak very quickly on a number of areas where I support, and in some cases where there are recommendations that I will make that can strengthen this conversation and this dialogue as it continues to advance. As it relates to the structure of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I am in favor, first and foremost, of a bicameral approach to our governance, continued bicameral approach to our government. I believe that this has worked well for us as the time has unfolded, and I believe that it will continue to serve us well. But I believe that in the Senate, we need to continue to hold spaces for major groups so that it can continue to be reflective and representative of our society even as it evolves, even as it continues to progress and develop. I believe that they should be representative relative to the youth, the elderly, persons with disabilities, of course our unions representing labor. I believe that we also should continue and remain fixed to that religious and spiritual representation as well. Those from capital, business persons should be represented there. But I believe that we should also have, especially when we look at some of the challenges that we have in our society, I believe that we need to broaden this to include persons who represent the family and represent other social and community institutions like social clubs and different things like that. We can look at social workers, for example. We can look at counselors, whether it be counseling, psychologists, etc. We can look at persons with that type of a background, and of course, we can even look at somebody who's a community activist. And these are persons that I believe that should have a voice at the table, and I would even say a fixed space at the table where they can come and sit in our Senate and speak on the behalf of these groups. And I believe also that there should be a space that is dedicated to the area of education as well. Persons who can speak relative to how legislation is going to impact as we think and reflect upon education, not thinking just about that academic exercise between 0 to 18 or thereabout, but of course thinking about education. What do we want to see in our citizens? How do we want our people and a culture to develop and to unfold? Moving on, I believe and I agree that there should be a code of conduct for members of parliament, those who exist within this space. I support that wholeheartedly. The acronym that is being used for that is TRIDENT: trustworthy, respectable, informed, dutiful, ethical, noble, and truthful. I believe that these are good watchwords that should govern, and I believe they already do govern, but the establishment and the installation of such a code of conduct is one that I definitely do support. What I would say here is that the parliamentary reform conversation that we are having now must go further to ensure that there are appropriate and effective sanctions that are in place when the code of conduct is breached. So it's not enough to say that there must be a code of conduct, but we want to ensure that we develop in this conversation what those robust sanctions will be to ensure that we can hold our people to account as they come into this place in service to our people. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that in doing that we can go a long way in supporting what we're trying to do here, which is to build accountability into our system and into our structures. I want to move quickly on to the youth, a focus on the youth. And I start with the youth parliament. And it may not have been within the remit or may not have been seen as being something that needed or component or element that needed to be reviewed, evaluated, or even spoken on in this report. But there was no mention at all of the youth parliament. Now, it currently sits within the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment, and that is fine. But I believe, and I would want to suggest that maybe there is a need at this point in our development for there to be a greater connection between the Parliament of Barbados and the Youth Parliament of Barbados. I have found, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have found that there is a natural flow when it comes to the Youth Parliament and what it is that we're doing here. And we're seeking to train these persons in parliamentary process and procedure. In many cases, some of them that go into that exercise, they don't have a clear plan as to where they want to go. But even as they go through it, they may begin to grow in their love for service, public service. And I believe that there should be a stronger linkage that is made between the existing youth parliament and the current parliament so that that could be a clear channel and a clear funnel where we can see some of our young people being trained in that regard. And not only that, do I think that it will create a space where they can then grow in their interest for parliamentary procedure and even to become parliamentarians someday, I believe that it can give them even a stronger grounding in the area of civics. I want to speak relative to one of the recommendations, which is a reduction in the minimum age for eligibility to enter this honorable house. I support, Mr. Speaker, sir, the reduction to the age of 18, on the premise that if a person is at 18, is allowed to be able to have a say in the selection of persons to enter this house, I believe that, in fairly speaking, that they should also have the opportunity to be able to come into these hallowed chambers as well. But I believe that we need to contrast that with the conversation relative to the pensionable age. The two things go hand in hand. We can't say that we want to encourage youth participation in Parliament. We can't say that we want to encourage young persons to be attracted to this honourable service and tremendous life of sacrifice. But then we also want to say to them that they have to sit after many, many, many decades. In some cases, if they come in at 18, if they come in at 21, if they come in at 22, they would have to sit and wait until the age of 60 to be able to be eligible to receive the pension for their work and their contribution. Keeping in mind, Mr. Speaker, sir, and it must be made clear to the people of Barbados, the pension, parliamentary pension that we receive is contributed to by each and every one of us as parliamentarians on a monthly basis in a significant quantum. A significant quantum. In addition to, Mr. Speaker, sir, in addition to the NIS contributions that we make as citizens of Barbados working within this country, which is at the highest level, at the self-employed level. And so therefore we have our NIS contribution at the very highest level. We have the contribution that we're making towards our parliamentary pension, and therefore, and living this life that in many cases is a very difficult life to live. And I mean, I again, speaking from a youth perspective, you should understand and appreciate where I'm coming from. This is not an easy road that we travel on. It is not an easy road, but we make the sacrifice and we choose this life because we're here with a greater purpose, which is to serve the people of our constituencies and our country. And the sacrifice includes putting your life on hold. In many cases, if we're talking about a young person coming here at 18, in many cases, what work experience would they have been able to amass? What profession would they have been able to pursue? But maybe they have a desire and a passion, and we want to encourage young people to come in here. And they have a desire and passion for community work. And they come to this parliament because they go there, they canvass, and people say, you know what, I'm going to give you a chance. And that young person comes in here at 20, 21 years old, no profession to fall back on, no experience, work experience or otherwise. And that person then spends 20 or 30 years, more than half of their life in existence, coming to this place every single week, laying their life down on behalf of 8,000 or so people, and of course the rest of the country by extension. And then we tell that person that they have to then wait, if they decide to leave Parliament at the age of 40, they have to wait until 60 to be able to benefit from a pension. Now, I believe that in conversations that we've had, that we're looking at changing the terminology, etc., and we're talking about gratuity and different things like that. I believe and support those initiatives. And we will continue to see how it unfolds as the discussions continue. But I want to say here and register that I do not believe that if we're talking about youth participation and we want to attract young professionals, young sharp minds, the brightest of our country, we want to attract them to this thing called Parliament, to public life and to service. I don't think that we will be as attractive as we think we would want to be if we were then telling them they have to wait until 60 to benefit from a pension that they contribute to at a very high premium. It is not just you're not just getting your NAS pension, Mr. Speaker. This is your parliamentary pension that we're talking about that you contribute to at a very high quantum. I want to move on very quickly to the passage of legislation before my time runs out. I want to make some recommendations relative to this progress reporting. Mr. Speaker, we sit here, we go through this exercise, we pass bills, they become acts, they go through to the Senate debates them, the Senate passes them, they go through, and in many cases, sometimes they don't even get to the place of proclamation. And there must be something that is done if we're talking about the reforming of our parliamentary system. We must ensure that there's a better way to track pieces of legislation as they go through the various phases, a method of tracking legislation that is more intuitive, that is more responsive to the public, etc. It is not enough for us to be able to say that there's something on the order paper and send someone to a website to be able to see that piece of legislation on the order paper, but we must have some processes that respond back to the public and to share information relative to where pieces of legislation are, even if they have not been fully enacted. All proclaimed acts, Mr. Speaker, I believe should be announced on social media platforms with a yearly report or summary being provided as well. So every single year, let's say on January 1st or December 31st, there should be a list of all of the legislation that would have passed through the chambers of Parliament and would have reached the stage of proclamation. And it just put in a very simple report and summary. Not necessarily just on Parliament's website, but I believe that this is something that should be broadcast across the GIS platforms, across all the various information channels, CBC, and of course the social media platforms of our country as well and of our Parliament. And of course, any legislation I think that believes that stays dormant over a 6-month period, I think that too should have some level of mechanism and reporting where even if it comes into a sitting of Parliament and there's an announcement that is made as to where the legislation is, why it has not yet been proclaimed, some explanation needs to be given to the people of Barbados as well. Because there's a growing view out there that this is just an exercise in futility. And that when we pass legislation and then it is not actually implemented, is not actually executed, doesn't reach our sense, it's not proclaimed, then what are we really doing in this thing called Parliament? So we need to ensure that we are reporting back to the people of Barbados to let them know that if there's been a hiccup, if there's some processing that is taking place, there's something going on in the background that has prevented a piece of legislation from reaching its full maturation, we must be able to come back to this House and say why. I want to speak very quickly on engagement with the public, Mr. Speaker, sir. I believe that this House needs to be filled with every sitting. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have been watching Parliament for many, many years, long before he came into this House. And because I had an interest in this exercise, I believe it's a very important work that is done here. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, seeing the chairs and benches of Parliament being filled with people, not just for budget debates, but in regular sittings, regular conversations, regular bills being passed and debated. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that there now needs to be an effort, an intentional, deliberate effort on the really and truly by the parliamentary team here, the employees of Parliament, to be able to drive a level of interest in Parliament again. There are many schools, school children, there are many different groups. It may be that we invite persons that are some way specific to the bill or piece of legislation that's being debated on that day. That is fine. But I think that every single sitting of this Honourable House should have a mandatory audience. I believe that we should invite, because I believe that there's a need for education relative to what we do here. And I therefore think that there should be a deliberate and intentional effort by the team in Parliament to be able to reach out and invite groups to ensure that these seats are filled. Not just because we want to see people in this space, but I think that there is a civic responsibility. I believe that there's a training and educational exercise and benefit to doing something like that. And I think that public engagement is low and it needs to be uplifted. I believe that there needs to be a social media thrust as well when it comes to Parliament and its affairs. There's a recommendation by the PRC that there be the engagement of a communications officer. I believe a communications and social media officer is important. I believe that that person needs to drive engagement online. We continue to talk about Parliament's website, which is a very good website, and I applaud those who are responsible for its upkeep and its maintenance. But I want to say that we must go further as a Parliament. If we talk about parliamentary reform, in a 21st century Barbados, we need our citizens to be able to engage with its Parliament and its Parliament to be able to engage with its citizens. And social media is a significant avenue through which that level of public engagement can take place. I want to see parliamentary conversations taking place on social media, on IG, on Facebook, on Twitter, on all the various, or X. I want to see that level of engagement taking place with our citizens, not just the average persons conducting their own conversation, but being led and driven by this same Parliament that we are part of as well. When it comes further to public engagement, I support the public petitions and parliamentary questions, the Prime Minister's questions, The urgent questions, the public questions. I support those things becoming a permanent feature. I know we already have questions that can be asked from a parliamentary perspective, but I do believe that petitions, once they reach that certain, I think the Parliamentary Foreign Commission has suggested 5,000 signatures from citizens of Barbados on any matter can trigger a conversation, a debate in this House. And I believe that that is something that we should consider and support strongly, because I think that also supports increasing and improving the level of public engagement between us as a reformed parliament and, of course, our citizens. I also believe that there's this recommendation for constituency time. I support that again 100%, where a member of parliament will be able and will be given the opportunity to speak on a particular matter, to raise a resolution on a particular matter that is relevant to his or her constituency. I want to go further, though, than the recommendation in the PRC report to say that beyond being able to raise a resolution, there must be some follow-on effort. There must be some triggering of either a responsibility of the executive to then have either a cabinet decision made on that resolution, to be able to inform the member of parliament on that resolution, to be able to educate the public on that resolution that has been tabled. There must be something more than just being able to allow us as members of parliament to table a resolution specific to our constituency. We must be able to then have a triggering of a follow-on action thereafter that leads to either some legislation coming back beyond a resolution to a bill that then speaks to some action being taken on that resolution that has been tabled. And I believe that that will strengthen this process called Parliament, so that our people can see things being done on their behalf and know that things are going to get done on their behalf. I want to speak relative to a more research focus of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have legislation on the books that is centuries old in some cases, in many cases decades old. Someone has to undertake within this Parliament, I think, the responsibility, with support from the CPC and in collaboration with the CPC. I think there needs to be a process of research that is undertaken to look at existing legislation, to see what is no longer applicable, where legislation needs to be amended, updated, and in some cases, completely abandoned. There needs to be a research thrust behind this Parliament, and therefore I would suggest, as one of my suggestions, I would suggest that there be a building out of the research department of Parliament. I think the PRC recommends that it goes to about 4 persons. I think this Parliament needs at least 6 to 8 persons that are dedicated to research, that will help members of Parliament in terms of their own research when it comes to bills and pieces of legislation that are being debated, yes, but I think that on a daily basis, they need to also be reviewing legislation from 2 perspectives. What is currently on the books that is dated and needs to be amended and changed or even gotten rid of, but also to look progressively and to see what is happening out there, what the gold standards for legislation, whether it be in the northern USA, whether it be in Canada, whether it be in UK, wherever it may be found. We need persons who are out there scouring the internet, scouring and researching and looking to see what is the best practice relative to how we take care of the elderly. What's the best practice relative to how we take care of youth? What is the best practice relative to criminal justice reform? These are things that I think that we need to have researchers who are here on a daily basis, then feeding that information into the process through Cabinet, back to Parliament. So I believe that there should be a heavier research focus. I want to speak quickly relative
the member has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In my last 2 minutes, I want to speak on a few other things very quickly. I believe that there needs to be more financial support for members of Parliament. We've heard it being mentioned. I think the PRC recommends it as a constituency development fund. This is something that I have lobbied for since I became a member of Parliament 3 years ago. Mr. Speaker, the $2,550, everyone has agreed, is woefully inadequate. There's no way after you pay some of your basic utilities, etc., for running your constituency, there's no way that you're going to have enough to be able, from that, to be able to take care of the needs of your constituents. But the needs of your constituents are great, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it calls for, again, significant personal sacrifice by every person in this chamber to then pull from their own personal financial resources to meet those various needs that come their way. I believe that there needs to be a fund that is allocated to the work of constituents and within constituencies that is administered by members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, a simple example. If I have, and I do have, a member of one of my communities that says, Mr. Ishmael, I would like that drain in front of me cleared. Right now, I would go and activate the drainage unit, different things like that. It may take a while for the drainage unit because they have a large volume of work to be done. But if I can then go and employ 2 or 3 young men from the same community and tell them, hey, I need you to come and clear this drain for Miss So-and-so, then I have done several things. One, the constituent with the need has been addressed. They're happy. The men, the young boys or young women that I employ to do the work, they too are happy. It just allows everything to function better. And me as a member of parliament, I was able to meet that need. This is why I think that the funds need to be put at our disposal so we can do more within our constituency. It could be a project like that, or it could be something bigger, hosting tournaments, encouraging youth development, encouraging the creation of clubs so we can reduce and bring down some of the youth deviance that we're seeing. So I'm not just asking for more money because we need more money, but I believe that the additional funds that we get will allow us to be able to better represent. And after all, we are here as parliamentarians, and we're talking about reform in parliament so we can better serve the people of our country. I'm winding down in my last minute, Mr. Speaker, sir. I therefore do not agree with proportional representation. I don't think that system works. I don't think in our small context, I don't favor it at all. I therefore am not a fan of any approach to proportional representation, even through national MPs, etc. I must say, Mr. Speaker, very frankly and honestly, I don't fully understand the concept because all of us here, I think, represent national interests and represent our people on a daily basis. So we carry the dual role. I stand to be convinced further, but at this point in time, I am still not very clear on what it is a national MP will do versus what the MPs...
Remember your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
It's gone. Wind down. You can wind up, sir.
Thank you, sir. I will wind up. So I do believe, I'm not supportive, therefore, of the concept of the national MPs, but again, as it goes through the process, I'm sure that there'll be more deliberation of this. And just in my last note, Mr. Speaker, I do support additional training for members of parliament. New members of parliament receive a bit of training when we first come in. I remember having one session where we came to Parliament and we heard from the Clerk of Parliament, we heard some of the details about parliamentary process and different things like that. One solitary session. I believe that there needs to be more training, and I believe there needs to be continuous training of members of Parliament in both houses that continues, whether on a quarterly basis or whatever, but there needs to be some system of training for all of us, and I believe that there needs to be a system for recognizing former MPs as well. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to lend my voice to this parliamentary reform resolution. I believe that it is well placed and a good start for us when it comes to the conversation. A lot more work needs to be done. I do believe that we want a parliament that is cutting edge, that is representative of our people, and that serves in the best interests of our people. And we as parliamentarians need to be given the best tools, the best resources, the best systems to be able to better serve the people who have sent us here. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to lend my voice to the debate on the report of the Reform Commission, the Parliamentary Reform Commission. I must say and compliment them at this time on the good work that I'm seeing they have done. The report seems to be fairly thorough, encompassing the thoughts of not only the members on the commission, but the general public and other parties that played a role in the contributing the data inside the report. I appreciated the diversity of the members within the commission, and I think that adds a whole new perspective apart from general parliamentarians into the conversation. I have a few topics, time permitting, that I want to touch on, and I'll get right into it. The first one is the idea of the national MP. I am going to say straight out, I really do not support it, at least not at this time. Reasons being, and I will list some of my own reasons and some that I've heard so far from the members of my constituency and beyond. There's a question of the cost to the parliament. Right now, in all fairness and honesty, the public has been crying out for the cost associated with parliament, whether it be by the number of ministers, the senior ministers, whatever. And I think this can only add to the cost. Imagine another 10 MPs. I'm not sure what the payment would be if it had to come to the fore, but imagine the cost of adding another 10 MPs. There's a sentence in the report that I was particularly interested when they said having national MPs, quote unquote, will attract a greater pool of competent candidates. It almost felt like a slap in my face to hear that, attract a greater pool of competent candidates. It gives me the understanding that the candidates, well, we were candidates and we will be candidates again, and here are totally incompetent. And I was a little bit offended at that. I think the choosing of competent candidates, it lies really in the leader, the party, the particular party, and the leader of that party, and the said candidate. If they think they deserve to be there, the electorate will decide that. And some of the things that I found that the people that would be attracted, the more competent candidates, and there are competent, I'm not going to say more, competent candidates, prospective candidates out there. But what I hear on the ground, we have a lot of bright people, all ages. What I hear on the ground, and I will be honest and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as the Honourable Member for St. James South alluded to, at least said quite outright. Some of them say that they're worried about the invasion of privacy. Mr. Speaker, let's be honest. Once you enter the race of politics, everybody gets into your business. People show up in your yard if you don't want them to show up. People call your phone all hours of the night. People during the last election will show up at you and cuss you. You have to be a strong person with a broad back to put up with some of these things, and people are running away from that. There's the stress of the job that everybody that spoke so far spoke about. It's a real stress. You have to satisfy constituents with jobs, with bills, some of us, not all of us, etc. And unfortunately, and I wish it would stop, we are still in a mode where this corned beef and biscuit type politics still exists among some of us. There's a perceived arrogance of politicians. I have heard people say that politics changes you. My view, politics does not change you, it reveals who you really are. But these are some of the things that my constituents and others have been expressing those views. And then, which is a little more painful, there is the view in some quarters that unless you are a professional, a doctor, a lawyer, and it's changing in here, unless you're a professional, you are not qualified, you will not be welcomed, and I've heard it among politicians. If somebody, for instance, is right now employed as a shopkeeper, people perceive that they don't belong in Parliament. And history, and my learned colleague that sits next to me right now, schooled me on past politicians that were not lawyers, were not doctors, basically barely had a secondary school education and had a valuable contribution to make to this country. And I think we need to get that thinking understood and get back to it. There are people out there that I have had discussions, I've learned from them too, that never had a secondary education because for whatever reason, finances, whatever, and could speak anybody in here to the ground. We need to open up our hearts and our minds to embracing this type of person. There is also perceived corruption within Parliament, within politicians, even the Senate to some extent. And this is really pushing people away, bright, educated people. Educated, whether it be book education or street education or worldly education, is pushing away people. And in my opinion, lastly, there is a perception in the public, I'm not saying all, that regardless of what they say, all of the politicians are the same, all parties are the same, and regardless of what contributions they make, at the end of the day, the government will do what it wants to do. And that is really a factor that is pushing away people more than you can think. One of the things that bothers me, I'm understanding from the report that these so-called national MPs will not be required to canvass, will not be required to bear the sun, the rain, we don't have snow, the sleet, nothing so. Will not be required to face the dogs at the gates if the gate is open and you run. Will not be required. One member in here said that last election he was chased with a Collins. And then, and to be honest, and we heard it not so long ago in here, Mr. Speaker, when one of the members got up and was basically, I would say, angry. One of my colleague backbenchers got up and expressed an opinion that people can walk in as ministers without having to face the electorate. And this breeds contempt within a party, whether we'd like to admit it or not. And there are those, I'm not going to say of us, because it makes not a lot of difference to me. There are those of us who feel slighted if you are here for so long and somebody comes in from nowhere, apparently nowhere, and walks into the Senate and gets a position as minister. And these are things that I am very conscious of. I am understanding what the regular MPs will be relegated to: street lights, roadworks, garbage collection, dealing with wells and drainage. Mr. Speaker, come on. There was conversation on the, what's it called? Local governments. I think this is the role of a local government, and that has been tone deaf, silence, since, I guess, people crossed. People moved on the other side of the room, I don't know. But I would love to see a resurgence of something along those lines, where a small group of people per constituency can be responsible for dealing with these things, even if it means we liaising with the standing MP. Right now, our PAs and CAs, God bless them, have been doing a lot, at least mine have, doing a lot of these things. And it almost is insulting that we're looked at as, well, we could be looked at as not really fit for Parliament, not really fit for legislation, where other people, independent or government related or whoever, can just walk in and decide, I'm dealing with the hierarchy of the country, and leave us there as, I don't know, the hired help. I don't know what else to call it. But I really want to suggest that we relook or continue to look at local governments. The other thing I want to speak on is retirement age. I get the idea that a few of us, last speaker included, has a little issue with that. I don't. In fact, I will be honest here, when that conversation came up, I think 1.5 years or 2 years ago, with respect to increasing the retirement age for the average civil servant or public, John Public, I was one, if not the only one, that suggested I think that we as members of Parliament need to do the same as a show of good faith. It can't be fair that we ask a member of the other members of the society that they won't get their pension until they're 67, going 68, and we walk in here, spend 2 terms, which means 8 years in most cases, and qualify for a pension, whether we contribute or not. And I will segue here into the age of candidacy. And I understand there are many 18-year-olds, and I had this discussion with family and friends and constituents, and all of us had different views. But I understand that young people are quite equipped to stand up for themselves, to represent. But there's something to be said about life experience, world experience, in terms of contributing to a policy debate. I agree fully that there should be representation of the youth in Senate. No issues with that. But we are thinking of somebody that is now studying, never lived on their own, never rented an apartment, and coming into Parliament and representing a constituency, for instance, where most of the electorate, those that vote, are over 60 years old, most of the time. Chances are that would not happen in a big hurry, because we still have to depend on the electorate, and the truth is society would not, in my view, this is my view, would not necessarily compare to somebody who is 30 or 40, would not necessarily choose an 18-year-old to represent them. But on the question, as I said, I'm segueing, an 18-year-old come into the politics, spend 10 years, I rounded it off, 28. And the honourable member that spoke before me thinks they should qualify for pension before 60. I strongly disagree. If I had a job, Mr. Speaker, other than what I do, and I get fired from that job or leave that job, I'm expected to find another job until I qualify for pension. And I still think that stands for us. There are excuses, yes, we contribute to our pension. People pay NIS and contribute in a sense to theirs as well. But I think in good faith, we need to play our part in terms of our pension years. I really never thought it was fair that a politician could spend 8 years and get pension at 50. I am prepared to wait. Truth is, unlike the honourable member that spoke before me, I am closer to 60 than he is. So that might be part of my argument. But this is one of my views. Perspectives, right. Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention, I'm trying to be quick, I know I have time. The cap on the number of members in the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows it's not a state secret. We have a very large cabinet, which means that the numbers on the backbench, and that was said in the report, the numbers on the backbench are few and become even fewer when they subtract the Honourable Speaker, the Deputy Speakers on some occasions, and the Chair of committees. There are many times in here, Mr. Speaker, and the backbench is so important, especially when we do not have an opposition. I'm not saying that I always speak opposition, but I think the backbench is extremely important when it has no opposition, but generally so. I know, by design. But I have felt, and the honourable member for the opposition loves to say he's alone but not lonely. But there are many times I have felt not lonely but alone in some of my views. The kings and the queens of social media like to pick at me, and I'm running to the opposition and crossing the floor and blah, blah. You know what I mean when they say the royalty on social media. I wouldn't bother to say anything else on that. But the truth is the backbench has a real role, and I agree with the commission in capping the numbers. I know the situation we faced in entering in 2018. I know the economic situation, and I know the need at the time for the increased ministers. But I agree with the commission that there needs to be a cap or a percentage of the government that will be appointed as ministers. Diaspora voting. Yeah, I'm still good. Diaspora voting. The diaspora has a great role to play in how our country functions. When I was in the Ministry of Health as Minister of State, I got to see the many contributions members of the diaspora made towards health and other areas, really, and I'm very grateful to them. But at this time, I'm not saying in another 5 years I would believe the same thing, but at this time, I think voting should be reserved for those who live on island, who have to accept the laws on island, who pay taxes, who contribute in one way or the other. On island, I think it should be reserved for those individuals. My humble opinion. So at this time, I really can't agree with it. Lowering of the, code of conduct, that struck me. It was almost pleasantly surprised to see. And the one area that struck me was the area on the subheading on sexual harassment policy. 2016, when I started canvassing in politics, and before then, in my job, in my constituency, I had a displeasure on many occasions, doctor-client privileges, on hearing members, particularly women and a few gentlemen, giving me stories of what they were subjected to or asked to do in the name of getting a job, a house, hamper, money for the children. And I think that is an extremely important part of this report. It needs to happen. It needs to happen not only between the elected members, the MPs, and the constituency. It needs to happen between colleagues, between members of parliament and staff. It needs to happen. This is extremely important, and I'm still hearing complaints, and it is very disturbing. People need to know that they have the protection of the government in coming forward and laying their accusations and facing an investigative process. Whether it's true or not, it needs to happen. It is important, including, as I said, including in here, and I know of what I speak. Crossing of the floor. I read the report, and I'm going to be careful because by tomorrow morning, the newspaper will have that I'm crossing the floor. Let me make that clear, I'm not crossing any floor. But I feel, well, yeah, I am on the other side, but I'm with good company. I feel that if a member who was elected in a party, at some point in his tenure in Parliament, his or her, their philosophy, position, beliefs no longer align with the sitting party, they have the right to cross, my beliefs. However, to some extent, I agree with having to call a by-election so that the members in the constituency who have voted for you have the chance to decide if they still want you or not. That being said, at some point, even if that by-election is not called, the constituents have an opportunity to do so when elections are called constitutionally. But I still feel, and I've discussed this many times, and all kind of opinions out there, but my personal belief is no problems with crossing, but let the electorate decide at some point whether it be a by-election, and they will have the opportunity at an election. So those are my main topics. I'm looking to see if I forgot anything, which invariably I will. Those are my main topics I wanted to bring here today. There's a lot. Most of the commission report I have agreed with. So my main things are that I can praise them for: increasing the age where we can qualify for pension, the code of conduct, retirement age, yes, lowering of the age for candidacy, and all the other things that I have mentioned. Mr. Speaker, I hope I have not wasted your time. I hope I have given you food for thought. And this is at this point where I will take my seat. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Please, seniority,
Honourable Member St. James North.
Respect. Thank you, my brother. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to this very important debate, particularly focused on the reform of our parliament. But before I enter into my contribution, let me use the time to pay homage to the service as given by the Honourable Member for St. Thomas in her capacity as Deputy Speaker, and also to commend the election of the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northwest on his election to the position of Deputy Speaker. Now, at this time, I want to commend the Commission, who would have done significant work in bringing us here in the context of this report. Of course, it is not the government's report, but I want to frame my contribution in the context of reform. Not just reform of the Parliament, but certainly over the last 7 years, Mr. Speaker, since this administration has come to lead the affairs of our country. It set out on a mission to transform and to reform many of the institutions we have been used to. At a time when the world continues to change at pace. And in so doing, the Parliament must be a reflection of that change so as to ensure not only that it is fit for purpose, but it can treat to the challenges and equally the opportunities that lie ahead in the context of, one, representing our constituents, two, the passing of laws for our country, but three, charting a vision forward for Barbados. And this reform also takes place at a time when the administration, not just in the context, as I said, of the parliamentary reform, but we've come to office as a government being cognizant of the fact that if we're to keep pace with the rest of the world, which, as I said, is changing at a rapid pace, the societal structures we have, and in particular the institutions that support these structures, the economy that we have, must also take shape in the context of reform and transformation. And it is at that point, therefore, that I see this reform of Parliament and this debate being a significant one, bearing in mind that it comes almost 400 years to the day when this country, of course, the British would have come. And of course, at that time, it wasn't for good intentions. But here we are today, 400 years on, in the third oldest parliament within the Commonwealth, now being able to chart our own affairs on behalf of our citizens in our country and to determine the way forward, in my view, for the next few decades and certainly for the next 400. And therefore, today's debate presents the opportunity for us, particularly as a republic, to ask ourselves, where will we be within the next decade, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5 of governance in Barbados? And I place it like that because as we move forward as a nation, pretty much on the eve of our 60th anniversary of independence, going into our 4th year as a republic, how do we frame out the future of Barbados, underscored by a continued robust democracy, anchored by a parliament, being cognizant of its past, but mindful of its future, and therefore presenting to the public of Barbados a parliament in which they can be proud, they can continue to have significant confidence, and that the rest of the region and the rest of the world can look to Barbados as a model, not just of democracy, but as a beacon of inspiration and virtue. And therefore, when I asked myself the question as I was preparing for this debate, how do we ensure that institutions, particularly in the realm of governance, can withstand the test of time in a changing world? A world underscored not just by change, but for small states like Barbados, which rely heavily and significantly on multilateralism, because we're no country with any large landmass. Yes, we're a large ocean state. We're not a country with any significant military capability. We're not a country that have many of the other resources that many of our friends around the world have. But what we do have, Mr. Speaker, is a history and a reliance on the multilateral system around the world, which ensures that Barbados and other small states in the CARICOM and in the Pacific and around the world rely on to ensure that our interests and the interests of our people can be protected, particularly on the international level. But of course, anchored by the philosophies anchored here in our parliament in Bridgetown. And when you look at what some of the proposals that the Commission have brought for us as a public to consider, and certainly for us here to debate today in Parliament, the first one I want to really go into is looking at this question of a republic. Of course, we've become a republic just a few years ago. And oftentimes people say, but it doesn't make a difference if we're a republic or if we were still under Britain in terms of our head of state. And I beg to differ, and beg to differ significantly, Mr. Speaker. And why do I beg to differ? I always use this as a reference point. When I was ambassador of Barbados based in Europe, there were a number of countries that I had to be accredited to. And part of the accreditation process, for those who know or may know, is that you not only represent your country, but you go in the ceremony where you present your credentials to the head of state of the receiving country. You do so on behalf of your head of state. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, in one of the ceremonies, and I have the advantage of seeing pre-Republic and post-Republic. One of the countries that I presented my credentials to saw me speaking face-to-face to the president of the receiving country on behalf of, at the time, the Queen of England. I repeat, it saw me presenting my credentials, notwithstanding the fact that I was appointed by our Prime Minister, and I was representing her on a daily basis and representing the wishes of Cabinet and the Foreign Ministry and Barbados' foreign policy and domestic policy. I had to present based on the diplomatic protocol of presenting credentials. I had to present on behalf of the Queen of England. And whilst that had to be done, as a Barbadian who came through our system, our education system, our society, our structures, our family values, it was the protocol and I had to do it. The beauty of it, Mr. Speaker, sir, is just a few months after we became a republic, I had the distinct honor and pleasure to be able to look at another president in a similar ceremony and to present my credentials on behalf of the President of Barbados. And whilst, as I said, it may seem simple, having moved from being, quote unquote, under Britain, albeit ceremonially, to being now a republic where the head of state is a citizen of this country, it was not only a level of pride, but it showed you where we have come and where we must continue to go in the deconstructing and decolonization of our institutions called Barbados, Mr. Speaker. And I make that point because conversely, in the chamber last week, and yes, I am new to this chamber, having come from the other place, but I was more shocked, Mr. Speaker, having had to sit, listen, and endure what could only be described, in my view, from the voice and the contribution of the leader of the opposition as a cacophony of contradictions, irony, and a collision course that constantly repeats itself, where in my mind it casts the view, and for all of you, and all of us perhaps, who have read In the Castle of My Skin, the fact that notwithstanding that we are no longer under Britain, and that the head of state of our country is a Barbadian, and therefore the institutions of which we rely upon and that we are a part of. And for those of you in the earshot of my voice, senior counsel, senior lawyers who receive silk, as it's called, it's a prestigious thing. And you're from that profession, Mr. Speaker, sir. You have a situation where the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, in the debate, tried to frame an argument to the rest of Barbados and those listening that this debate and this government is at odds with itself in the context of a republic. Nothing could be further from the truth. And I make that comparison, why? Because it still baffles me that in 2025, Mr. Speaker, that the institution of the office of the Leader of Opposition is no longer called Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. Not so? It is called Leader of the Opposition, the Office of the Opposition, in the context of a republic. And everyone has the right to use their post-nominals in whatever way they may choose, plus or minus. But a number of persons from across the country, particularly those who are in community college and the UE, and young people who are interested in politics and governance, said, but Mr. Blackman, some said, Chad, how is it that we're a republic in 2025, but that the Leader of the Opposition still carries the post-nominals of King's Counsel? I could not offer a response, but I pointed them, as I said, Mr. Speaker, to read George Laming's work, In the Castle of My Skin. And that, for me, tells, or at least it should, tell us where we are as we go forward as a republic. As we replenish these debates going forward, as we look to reform the institutions of this great country called Barbados, we must also do some deep introspection. And there's no law that can cause this, Mr. Speaker, but moral suasion and conscience, that those who come to public life must carry within them the spirit and pride and passion to be proud Barbadians and proud in the institutions that we have built as a nation and reflecting in our own image. And I am proud to be part of an administration that does not cloak itself in any false sense of image, but one that is anchored by humility and trying to reform the institutions of this country for the benefit not just of generations today, but generations to come, long after many of us, if not all of us, are gone. And I want to touch very briefly on the aspect coming from the report with respect to that of the role of an independent speaker. It is my view, as had been posited by many of my honourable colleagues, the role of speaker is a significant one, Mr. Speaker. And it is my view that the office should continue to carry with it the high esteem and provisos that allows for the office to function in the way that is befitting of a 21st century parliament. But it is also my view, as I said, as expressed by others, that if you are elected to represent constituents, whilst the fact, yes, you're speaker, in its current form, it constrains the speaker because you have your views that you want to contribute, your constituents expect for you to advance their cause on key pieces of legislation and matters of the day. But by the very office that you hold, you're constrained in doing so. And it is therefore why I support the idea that the speaker should have a role that is derived from the ability to perform and execute that role, and not necessarily to have to be constrained by not being able to speak on behalf of constituents. And I think that is a progressive direction in which we certainly must go. And it casts my mind to some of the conversations that many times in my own personal family we've had when my great-grandfather, Mr. Speaker, when he held and he sat in the chair you're now sitting, he felt oftentimes, and the honourable member for St. Peter can relate to this, having being the current MP from that seat. The family mentioned that he felt oftentimes constrained, and Mr. Speaker, as you know, he was very vocal, very robust in his thought, had a lot to say, an opinion on virtually everything. But because he was Speaker, he could not do so to represent the interests, not outside, because of course outside he was doing it, but in Parliament, where the persons who elected him to come to this office to represent their views, he was unable to do so. And I think in the reform in a post-independent and certainly post-Republic Barbados, we must now look at that in earnest and to do what is in the best interest of all. And I want to go a little further. Currently, in the Constitution, in sections 37 and 43, the age of candidacy in the Senate is the age of 21 years old. And of course, this was set in a time and decided in a time when the realities of our world, the maturity and the exposure of our young people was not the same as it is today. And it is my view, and I certainly support the idea, that the age of which a person should be eligible to be appointed as a senator, for example, should be that of the age of 18. Why do I say so? Our young people continue to be at the forefront of major advances, not just in Barbados, but around the world. They're not just in the student councils, at the National Student Council level or on the Secondary Student Council level. They're not just in the youth parliaments, but they're asking critical questions of governance and how do we move the country forward. They're bringing significant ideas and solutions to the issues of the climate crisis, issues relative to how do we treat the non-communicable diseases, how do we build up the infrastructure of Barbados, how do we diversify our economy, sometimes even before they're 18. And in a way that even though myself, as a young man, that 30 years ago, when I look at the 18-year-olds of today, Mr. Speaker, the 18-year-old of 2025 and the 18-year-old of 1995, 96, 97, I would give the advantage in terms of outlook and global outlook and where they want to go to the 2025 18-year-old. And if we accept that reality, in circumstances where we already allow them at 18 to have the right to vote, we must ask ourselves, why is then a 3-year gap that was once an accepted norm, why should we accept that now in 2025 and beyond? Because the contribution that they make is significant. But not only is it significant, young people bring fresh ideas to the table. And they don't only, and I want to stem a view, not necessarily a wide-held view, but a view held wide enough, which thinks that oftentimes that young people can only advance issues on youth and matters of youth. And I beg to differ strongly, particularly coming from my background steeped in youth development. Young people, as I said, offer perspectives that are fresh, unique, and they live in the age of technology. They live in the age of balancing many competing interests. And I think we have a duty to this generation and to generations to come that once you have attained the age of 18, you ought to be able to be eligible to be appointed in the Senate, because the contribution that you can make can be significant. Of course, like anything else, you may be qualified for something, Mr. Speaker, but like in any job, you get mentorship, you get guidance, you get support. It is a normal part of life, certainly here in Barbados. And I do not think we should hold back our young people, but equally, we have to ensure that they can thrive and go in that direction. Look at many of the persons around the world who are changing the world who are leading major global causes who have not even reached the age of 15, far less 18. And Barbados certainly must not be a country that is looking back, was trying to drive ahead. Now, when we look at the issue then, and it segues into the issue of exposure, and I just want to talk very briefly, still on young people, but the importance of giving them exposure. Part and parcel, and you're going to be hearing me speak about it very shortly to the country. The importance of ensuring that our young people, through our education system, are exposed to the rudiments of that ever-changing world. You would have heard me, Mr. Speaker, in the recent events in St. James North, the by-election, speak about the fact that part and parcel and part of the reason why you see me here today, not just in Parliament, but doing some of the things that I've done throughout my life, is because at an early age I was given the opportunity through exposure and mentorship and guidance to be able to do different things in Barbados, in the region, and around the world. But that experience should not just be Chad Blackman's experience as a young person. It has to be part and parcel of the transformation of our education system so as to ensure that every child who passes through our doors called Education Barbados has within them the opportunity to see how the rest of the world works, even before they leave school. Now, I'm not talking at a very young age, at 9 or 10, but the idea for consideration, and of course it is not a policy, it is an idea of which the ministry is earnestly looking at so as to present to Cabinet for its consideration, but rooted that our young people should be able to, at 16 or 17, we have to settle on the age, of course, be able to go to a Nairobi or to a Jakarta or to Seoul, to Addis Ababa for a month or a month and a half or two, backed by government and private sector funding. Not to shop, Mr. Speaker, but to be able to see and understand how those countries work, their infrastructure, their governance models, their tourism product, if they have one, their industrialization frameworks, their sporting facilities and sporting programs. So that when you do that every year, imagine you do that for at least 10 years in the first instance. You have a generation of Barbadians now who are globally prepared and globally exposed even before they leave school. So that by the time they come back to Barbados, their minds are not only exposed, but they are equipped for the world ahead. And part of that, Mr. Speaker, will be that they Bajanize the experience that they've gained abroad. So that by the time they leave school, yes, they have the certifications, the CXC or the CAPE, but that is necessary but not sufficient in my view. We have to now prepare our young people for the rest of the marathon called Barbados' development. And therefore, exposure is part and parcel of where we have to go as a nation in preparing for the future of this country. Now, on the issue of crossing the floor, and we've heard a lot of discussion on this, both in the chamber and publicly throughout the years. And it is my view, as is the view of others, that when you come to be elected to the House of Assembly, you do so not just as the individual who was elected, but in our history and our context in Barbados, we've done so and we do so on the basis that your institution, your party, and its resources and its goodwill has helped you to come to Parliament by being able to persuade the constituents, irrespective of whatever constituency, to elect you to this honourable and august chamber. And for whatever reason, it has happened before, and it has happened within the last year or so, that honourable members see it fit in their view to change sides and to cross the floor. But I do not believe that the people who voted for you as the honourable, well, at the time the candidate, to be a part of a slate, you openly were a part of that slate and team and wore party colours, used party resources in terms of support, everything, mobilization, canvases, you name it. And then you then take all of that, the people voted for you on that basis, and you yourself, particularly in circumstances where there has been no consultation and no endorsement by those said constituents that it is right that you should not have to be forced to go back to the polls. And this is, funny enough, this debate is taking place in circumstances where this happened in February of last year, Mr. Speaker. And why I find it curious is that it didn't only happen last year, but it happened last year, and when it happened, I was reminded by many of the debates in the chamber and many of the campaign platform contributions made by the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, Leader of the Opposition, where the party not only now supports, but that he leads, albeit with a lot of internal happenings and confusion. The party he now leads is the same party when he was on this side, castigated in a very unfiltered and unvarnished way, Mr. Speaker, reminding the public as to why that party was not fit for purpose, for leadership, for governance, could not be trusted, destroyed the prospects of our country between 2008 and 2018 for 10 years. And then all of a sudden, by some magic wand, I'm sure, in his mind, perhaps, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, that party now, he finds himself leading. And as far as I'm aware, and as far as the public is aware and concerned, nothing has happened different to that party that would lend for his voice to change from it is a horrible party that could not be trusted, the party that destroyed Barbados, all of a sudden now, for political expediency, Mr. Speaker, he now leads it. That is the party, Mr. Speaker, should I remind the public, and they want to like to talk about debt. They borrowed more money between 2008 and 2018, Mr. Speaker, than the previous administration led by Owen Arthur, and this current administration led by Mia Motley, in circumstances where they not only had 23 downgrades, Mr. Speaker, but they had nothing to show. The public had nothing to show or to benefit from. No buses bought, no garbage trucks, place filthy, dirty, international credit ratings gone through the chute, schools, and now we are still ensuring that because we have obligation, government is a continuum. And now this administration, notwithstanding that we had to go to the IMF as a result of the mismanagement of the leader of the opposition's party, the Democratic Labour Party, we've been able to turn the economy around, put us on a footing of stability, bring back growth, bring back confidence both in the domestic and foreign markets, Mr. Speaker, and now would want to lecture us on debt. Now let the record reflect that at the time when we came to office, debt to GDP was 178% to GDP, Mr. Speaker. And this administration, having to, of course, tighten its belt, but firmly focused on the road ahead, was able to now bring it to 102% of GDP. And from all reports, by the end of this year, we're going to be in double digits. But now they would want to lecture us about debt. But Mr. Speaker, I am going to join my voice with the rest of my parliamentary colleagues on this matter, because our voice must be heard and Barbadians must understand where we are.
The honourable member has 2 more minutes.
2 or 20, sir?
2. Single digits.
Single,
not
thank you.
Double digits. If you can get double digits out of 2, you are miraculous.
That would remind me of my formula of a former member of St. Lucie of this chamber, sir, of which I don't have those skills. But in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, this debate allows us to squarely ask ourselves as a proud nation in a republic context, where are we going to take Barbados within the next 50 to 100 years? As I said, this is a marathon. In the next 20, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, on the laws of averages, Mr. Speaker, many of us, if not all of us, won't be here. But the question is, how do we now use our opportunity as members of Parliament to put this Parliament and country on an even further strong footing to make sure that the representation of our people is done in a context that allows for them to be proud and for their issues to be articulated, for the laws of our Parliament to be passed in a timely and efficient manner, but also being at the same time responsive to the changing global needs, and to ensure that this institution, as I said, the third oldest in the Commonwealth, continues to be a beacon of inspiration, both for our young people domestically and for our people around the world. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable member for St. Michaelis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, this is almost a spontaneous view, sir. You know, we find ourselves having these debates on documents like this because this is not even a document that comes out of a body of persons who have innovative ideas. I ain't talking about no young or old, or tall or short. This is a body of people who sit down and give you exactly what is in front of all of us. When they were looking at the apartheid system in South Africa, go back and look and see the type of people who sat on the commission and brought back the reports that allow South Africa to move from an apartheid system to where it is today. We are dealing with a report that is more backward, or commission that is more backward than where we are now. Making suggestions about all kinds of rare units within the governance of this country. It is a backward document that we're looking at, suggesting to us that this might be the best way for us to go forward. When I first read this document and I heard discussions about national MPs, I thought I was in an asylum. I could not believe that seeing people in 2025, after knowing what we went through prior to the rise of Grantley Adams, would come back here and suggest, up to now, nothing that was explained to me. I don't even think that they quite understand what it is saying in the document. That was the first thing that caused me some concern, sir. What is the purpose of working class men coming in here to have a discussion on one of the most frightening proposals that will relegate them to nothing. They will all be relegated to nothingness. And they asked us to come in here. From the time, I feel if I was in the right position, from the time this came to us by the commissioners, I would have pedaled this back through the door. This is ridiculous, sir. But because of formality, all of us find ourselves in these chambers as parliamentarians, making pronouncements on the value of this commission and suggesting to us these are some considerations for the future. But this is like carrying back, as I tell you, sir, to the plantation era. I knocked doors about 6 times in order to remain in here. And nobody on earth, and I say these things with very strong language, nobody on earth could ever tell me that I could come in to the House Assembly and become a second layer in the House of Assembly for any national MP, what is the name? National, what is the name? Because they got MP status already in up front. And these people are supposed to deal with what Garvey called matters of high affairs. Not that same language, but Garvey told, where are your kings and queens? Where are your men and women of high affairs? And Garvey said, I will help you make them. I am not helping anybody make any national MPs in Barbados. I will express my views on it, whether I'm in or if I'm out, sir. So that one, let that one get dismissed very early. These people that are in here, you can believe that people write the report that they were commissioned to write. And they can put in a suggestion of that nature. They're serious. And we're now moving at a level, being transformed from independence that we thought that was not the ultimate into Republican status. Not Republican status like the bourgeois elitists in the United States of America, called Trump, the start of the Republican United States of America too. And that's an anti-black state. So we gotta explain to the Barbadian people first of all, when we talk about a republic, not where we are now. I hear people say that it is a republic. That is ceremonial. A republic can be what the president has done when she was a beneficiary of that little ceremony too. And it can be about sloganeering, about being a republic. A republic means that we are decolonizing the system. And we are going to be making fundamental changes. Parliamentary reform, constitutional reform, and obviously it has to be ideological reform too. You can't be still talking about governance and getting these kind of suggestions. A republic means nothing if you want to do things that you rejected in the past. Who is these people that want to carry us back to the past? That now got enough courage to decide who serve or who do not serve. But now when you get them the legitimacy at the highest level of governance in the state, by the next 10 years, none of you will be here. They will have to be part and parcel of the gentry in order to come to this House of Assembly, sir. So you would not be here because I know from whence you came. And so, you know your honorable member for St. Michael's East would not be here too. And all of us got heads, so all of us possess intellect. I hope that I have. And we don't understand what is coming to us. We're not even, there's no discussion here about conservatism. There's no serious discussion in here about the same Westminster model of governance, but some form of high levels of stupidity about national MPs. I feel very offended by that. I said it before in another place, and I recognize that tough muscles were displayed. And I saw persons who expressed similar views with me retreated into corners and left me alone. I see how this game plays itself out. I have been a victim of that kind of, I don't want to use this word at all, but leave it out, Bressy, right? Not at all. Sir, look, we cannot make those errors again. I never felt in my lifetime that I would hear anybody of people suggesting something like that to us. Before 1951, there are females in here. This is a strange attitude because we're now hearing about affirmative action. That more women should be in the House of Assembly and prominent places in the state. We had females in the banking system at the highest levels. We had governor generals too at the highest levels. We have prime ministers and deputy prime ministers. On the one hand, suggestions that seem to suggest we are moving away from the pre-1951, but then you put in place another body of people who obviously will say, look, at this time there's a necessity for us to do A, B, C, and D. All of us become parrots. Every House Assembly will just be a hub for parrots because you can't say what you want to say. And I'm not supportive of that. So that is clear to one and all. Now, I believe that this document brings us to a stage where we should be extremely clear that we have a duty to perform a decolonization program, which is called reform. And we have to make radical changes, as I said before, revolutionary changes. They don't like to use the word because people misinterpret everything. But we have to make those changes, and for me, it has to be a socialist reform, not a Donald Trump reform, which is ultra-conservative reform in the United States of America, anti-black reform, anti-immigrants reform. So a republic for me is different to what the Americans formed in 1776 when the U.S. broke ties with Great Britain in 1976, and the U.S. took black people in the struggle in 1776 to break away from British rule, and they had to fight to survive and be remembered right down until 1865. Then they began to see their emancipation. And since then, they'll be struggling all right now in the United States to be recognized as equal. That is not the republic that we are talking about. We are talking about a republic that elevates people, the working class people. This is a socialist republic, even though we don't want to say it, because the conservatives and the right-wingers in the society, they become offended. And they do everything to put obstacles in the way of governments who speak the truth. And if truth was not spoken, you would never see these faces in here. None of them would come in this House Assembly if those people had control over us. I'm going to leap now from there because I know my time is short. Sir, I made this statement before, not in the same styling as I did it before. But this is a serious question that we may ask. Are we truly looking at moving towards a republic? Are we sure that we are willing to move away from a Westminster model? Are we sure that's what we want to do? Do you want us in 2025 to believe you that have, sir, formally I have to address you, but do you want us to really believe that governance cannot work without a bicameral system? Do you want us to believe that anybody could come in a house, upper house, the upper house, sir, and become a minister? I ran at one time and got 3,400 and something votes, and many of us went 4,000 votes and everything. But somebody get handpicked. Serious talk. Somebody get handpicked by one person. All the talk about first past the post, there's evidence right in front of all of us that the first past the post system applied to us. And that is considered to be a democratic mechanism. How comes you want a democratic mechanism in here? That you got to spend probably over $1 million, $2 million, whatever, buy enough speakers, enough trucks, enough food, give money to people who got enough officers to get in here. And then you can pick up anybody from any place because you like them and put them in a place called a Senate, using its correct title, a Senate. A few weeks after that, the minister telling public servants, who also are flex muscles too, man, you don't want to listen to him, you know. That's the big boss. Huh? I know about that. This is the second-hand information. That is my experience. And these people, with nothing being exhibited prior to coming in here to show that they had any national interest or any special foresight about transformation or development of the country, to make you say, well, that body really deserves to be in a position to share ideas and help to shape the destiny of ordinary working class people. And you know, you think about it, I ain't even talking about one individual, you know. That is the evidence that comes from that Senate. It was always a place for the black bourgeoisie to occupy and impose their class values at the highest levels on people, even people who belong to the lower house. People down here can't even get certain things done. Although the masses, when you're talking about democracy, democracy for us is because we are representative of mass support. If there's someone down here that don't have the ability to do the job that they've been given, I can understand that, say that. But as my friend from St. Philip, the North, said, if you know that, then there should not be here as candidates for any political party. I saw Frank Walker in here. I saw Ronald Mack in here. I also saw him having to sell hairpins to survive. But the people felt he was best fit to represent their interests. I saw Ramsey. I come in here sometimes and people want to know where you get them shirts from. Ask them what Ramsey wore in here. Carpenter overalls. And there was an MP here harassed me. She is no longer here. She harassed me for wearing a shirt drop. It might be a little oversized, but it was a gift. And we as working class people must not accept that whether the person belongs to the party or any place. They will respect us. If we go into a republic, the principles of equality must rule things then. Everybody don't believe that they come from any special privileged class, black, white, or green, and believe that they can talk down to anybody in here. You know how many people older than you, younger than you? And I know we're going to talk to the people about this thing with old people too, because what is all you know people old when they're going to beg for a vote? I'm going to beg for a vote. Everybody look real young and sweet. You kiss up, nutty people, babies, snotty people, everything. So I'm going to run that talk too long when they're going to run short of support of the senior citizens in this place. Don't be talk things about putting up signs and all that kind of thing, and then go and beg disabled people for we ought to learn to respect everybody in this society. This Barbados Labour Party must remain strong philosophically, the egalitarian principles. All the reform that you're talking about, the reform must be undergirded by philosophical principles so that we can create something better than any of our people had before in this country. And those are the things that I'm concerned about, sir, very concerned about. Now, this is a part of the report that deals with more women coming into Parliament. Have no problem with that. But you know what is unique about Barbados? That the ascendancy of women in this country grew out of meritocracy. Nobody had to tell women at the university, you're going to get a privilege to go in there because you're a woman. In the CXC exams, the women far exceed the men. So what's the difference? Far exceed the men coming out of university at graduation. All you that went to university, we hardly see a man. When you see the assemblies for graduation, you gotta look those where we want to see the minister, and he in there, you gotta search for the minister. Women from all over the Caribbean. I believe that probably 80% of the graduates coming out of the university must be women. So women don't want to beg to earn a space in Barbados. But if women want to hear that you are going to become a university graduate because we only got X amount of people applying this year, and we got space for 5% of the students or 10% of the students, that's not even a debate in this country. It's not a debate. I am convinced it is not a debate in Barbados that any form of who draft this? Huh? This is a pale document making very little sense to occupy the attention of all of us in here every day. Every day. Sometimes we come and we're looking forward to debate it. It is not on the table for debate that day. We come and we do a little piece. We come today, we spend the whole day going through this. I don't know what is going to come out of it, sir. I don't know what's going to come out of this, but I really believe that we could get a set of a fifth foreman until he writes something for the Senate. Write something here. Nothing, sir, nothing. A serious debate on the role of the Prime Minister and the role of the President of this country, and whether we should be, as we move into the republic, a real republic, or a real republic would not come exclusively from a ceremonial exercise and slogans and monuments. A real republic is what we are attempting to do now that is mostly critical of what we see here. Prime Minister in this country has equally as much power as an executive president. What is so difficult about a Prime Minister or this Parliament considering the Prime Minister being an executive president? You can even have a ceremonial president and an executive president too, you don't know. Because you're saying it happened in the colonies, or you're saying it in Great Britain, or you're saying it in the United States or more. Tell me if you had a person so classified as an executive president, and you had a ceremonial president, what would the problem? What are the powers of a prime minister that a president do not possess? In Trinidad and Tobago, there's a prime minister, there's a president. The president is ceremonial, and the prime minister is the executive. Guyana got the very opposite. This is clowning. This is foolishness. We don't even have to wait on any precedent set by any of them. These are things that this document should include discussions of that nature. What does it give to a prime minister if we call the prime minister the president? Most people still see the prime minister as though she has presidential status outside of Barbados. So the minute that we continue to hold on structure and what you call quasi adjustments, just a little modification of the monarchy, and we make these little adjustments in order to impress upon people that we're doing something. It does not contribute to the status of the people in the hierarchy. It does not give any great sense of confidence and autonomy to the people within the society that we are doing anything to give them a sense of pride or to clearly understand what is this thing about national consciousness in the society itself? We have to build that kind of psyche. So when people talk about Barbados, and when Barbadians outside of Barbados, you know that although Jamaica still remain on this psyche, you know Jamaica developed a national consciousness still on the monarchical rule. Still got Governor General, all these kind of things. But standing. I personally believe, as we watch the world at this juncture in the history of the globe, that we should be studying how can small states survive against monsters. Look what Israel is doing to Palestine. Look what is happening in Europe. There was a time when the concept of integration was high on the agenda right from the days of the Federation. We should be studying Caribbean industries and pushing the philosophy of Caribbean integration. All part of a whole restructuring process of governance. I personally believe that you can't miss out any reform, constitutional reform, and parliament. All of it so closely interwoven that I'm not even going to argue on which should be first or which should be second. But if you're going to be arguing about these other things, you can't explain to us, we're a small state, we could do all the juggling, we could do all the boring and everything. Where are we going to be in the next 20 years when these people closed in on small sovereignties like Barbados and so on? People want territory. The expansionist program is not over. The Americans are not over with it. The Americans doing all kinds of things. They don't even know if tomorrow morning, if the man will get up and send back home 20,000, 30,000 Barbadians, we got to look for somewhere to put them, you know, sir. And then we got the question of housing. We got the question of food shortages.
Your Honourable has 2 more minutes.
Okay, sir. All of these things are important things that I would like us as a parliament, as we talk about the reform in total isolation of even what are we hoping to get out of this reform that will help to transform lives after we do all that we say we're going to do. There's nothing too straightforward here that I have not been given the impression that at least we will create a new Barbados, a new republic that be any different to what we have been witnessing and what is currently happening. So I just say that outside of this debate, although described as the reform of Parliament, it is the reform of Parliament because it still must enrich the spirit and the psyche and the philosophical thoughts of the Barbadian people in general. The economics of it is another matter. But I really believe, sir, that this is all that this document should serve us to do, have this discussion, but with fresh ideas about what this republic ought to be. For me, blanket, socialist republic, conservative republic, character United States of America. Thank you very much.
All right, members, the mic is office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lend my voice to this particular debate, very important, I believe, at this particular juncture of our history. I recall the first act as leader of government, leader of opposition business in 2015 for me was a moment where without too much training in terms of what the leader of opposition business really had to do. I woke up the morning to an article in a newspaper about the then Speaker of the House, for whom a matter had appeared before the court. Sir, you laugh, but this was very serious. Where a matter was before the court, where judgment had been entered against the Honourable Speaker at the time, in the sum of, I think, over $200,000 for a claimant who obviously had made some very serious allegations against the then Speaker. And after consultation with both the current leader of the government as well as the then former Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, but also then leader of the opposition, I was hurriedly asked to raise this as a matter, as a point of order. Again, without too much knowledge of the procedures and stuff, I raised the issue, and at that time, it was clear that this place needed to be preserved in terms of the criticisms that were being made in the public domain against the office of Speaker. We say these things lightly, but the truth is that, you know, the public has a way of brandishing all politicians with the same brush. You could be the best politician, you could do all the great things in your community, you could be doing great things across the country. But sometimes it just takes one person, one individual to do something that is not the correct thing to do. And all of a sudden you hear all politicians are the same. And in that moment, I certainly had reinforced in my mind the fact that this place, which was a place that from the time I think I was 16 and speaking on a political platform, was a space that when I looked in the halls of this parliament and I looked at the stained glass and I realized that the people did not look like me. Equally, I believe that by coming to public life that I had the opportunity to change things. And I say that with all sincerity because on both sides of my family, I often speak about this, there was a struggle to get to the point where, as whether it was agricultural laborers or whether it was the poor whites of St. John, that they were able, through working on the plantation, to be able to come out of poverty, to be able to use education as a means in the family to be able to uplift and to ensure that other generations did not suffer in the same way as those that had gone before. So for me, coming to this place, being a child of a politician, you know, being very excited to see on the walls of as we enter the chamber, certainly my father's name, certainly the names of all of the people who had gone before, both black, both white, that have served in this place. For me, on that day, when I had to take a stand against the then Speaker, it was a simple task because I understood then, as I do now, the importance and the sanctity of this place in not only making decisions for the public, but also in doing the right thing. I have said often that when we were certainly in opposition, that from opposition, there were certain things that as a younger generation of politicians, a young female, used to gall my soul in terms of the way that the then government behaved, the way in which acts that were placed before the public domain in relation to even the then Speaker were treated. They were not treated seriously. When we on this side have had issues which in any way would bring the House of Parliament into disrepute, we have taken swift action. We have asked persons to do the right thing. They have recused themselves when the time has been upon them. And they have tried their best not to affect the other members of this place. And the truth is that at that time, we recognized that by sending that matter, I believe it was to the Committee of Privileges at the time, that even within our standing orders, there were certain limitations in terms of what we could do in this place to discipline a member. Now, while the matter was a civil matter, equally, in any other parliament, the Speaker would normally recuse himself or there would be some level of disciplinary action that is taken by the Committee of Privileges. But apart from the fact that some members didn't turn up and the rest is history as far as that matter is concerned, it highlighted the fact that in this place, while we come here and we are sent here by the people, we have a deeper responsibility to the people of this country to make sure that our laws are not only relevant, but also that what we do in this place is able to impact the very people who have sent us to this institution. There was a time when the people in here did not look like us. And as a former speaker, as he spoke, I understand exactly where he is going in terms of his concerns about what we do in relation to this place and the decisions that we make. But I would simply say to the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, through you, Mr. Speaker, that I would not want us to confuse constitutional reform with parliamentary reform. What this committee has been asked to do has been to look at this parliament, to look at the way in which this parliament functions, to look at how this parliament is able to make itself more relevant to the people that we serve. The issues of constitutional reform, it's not been lost on this administration. We recognized early that we could not have parliamentary reform without also undertaking constitutional reform. And in particular, as we move to a republic, the onus was on us even greater to ensure that we were able to have committees being able to speak to the public, not as would have happened in the past, where nobody was spoken to in the public domain, but that decisions were made in the dead of the night, and they woke up the next morning and found out that changes were made. Now, I am proud to be a part of this administration, and I say that with all sincerity because I do not think that there's any government anywhere that has consulted as much as this administration. Whether we like the recommendations that appear in a document or not, the reality is that we have been an administration, because to whom much is given, much is expected, that we have taken the time on each occasion to consult. We have indicated to the public, these are the mechanisms by which you can come and you can share your views. We have brought the committees to the public in public spaces where they can contribute. And perhaps the only criticism that I would perhaps make, or that perhaps we can continue to improve on, is a recognition that things have changed so much over the last few decades that when it comes to engaging with, in particular, our young people, we have to find better ways to ease the disconnect that exists. Because it is okay to say we consulted with a couple thousand people, but a couple thousand people does not make the whole population up. And a couple thousand people does not mean that we have consulted with everybody that ought to or could have been consulted. What we have done is we've created opportunities. But if you ask me if we can continue to do more, I believe that there is room for improvement. Now, this administration has created things like the Ideas Forum. We've got the People's Assemblies that we would have encouraged the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to be able to do some work on. We also have been able to do, from our early days in opposition, rubbing shoulders, where we were able to look and to listen to people to be able to understand how to shape policy. So I stand here today not critical of the document, because I believe that the document is a reflection of previous documents that have been discussed. They've been pulled from different forums over time. And it therefore has reflected, perhaps for the first time in a long time, a wider discourse with the general public than we have perhaps ever seen in our entire history. So I have no problem in principle with the document, but I think that perhaps, as is recommended in the Parliamentary Reform Commission report, that even as it relates to Parliament, we need to do more in order to allow people to understand what we do in this place. I agree with Honourable Member for St. James North who spoke, that said that we need to have more young people engaged and coming into this chamber. We see them from time to time. A number of the teachers will bring students to this place to be able to meet and to engage with us, and to be able to go back to their classes to have an understanding of what we do in this place, so that it is not a mystery to young people. But one of the things that the Commission report also speaks to is being able to allow people to petition, to be able to ensure that they can, the average person can basically reach out and share their concerns. It also provides that we need to utilize technology even more than we are doing now. And while the recommendation exists for a channel to be dedicated, the challenge I think that we have constantly when we speak in these ways, because we can look at the models in the UK and the US and we can see that there are television stations that are dedicated to Parliament and to Congress, and we can admire those and we can want those here. But what is the first thing that we have to do when we set up those things, Mr. Speaker? We have to have the finances and the resources to be able to properly staff and to equip those departments to be able to fully function. So these things sound great in principle, to be able to say that we must reform in this way and that we must become more relevant to the general public and we must have these channels. But that must come with a cost factor and a decision that must be taken to be able to facilitate that. Otherwise, all we are doing yet again is being able to say that we want this Parliament to be relevant, but we are not putting our money where our mouths are. I have watched from the time I was leader of opposition business to leader of government business now. I have seen the dwindling in numbers, whether on social media, when we are engaged in debates. I have seen and drawn to the attention of other colleagues, the numbers reducing in relation to the gallery, the public gallery. Unless you have estimates, budget, or sometimes you have public officers in these spaces, or persons who've been specially invited. People are not outside of the halls of Parliament clamoring to get in here. And therefore, I agree that we must find better ways to communicate what we are doing in a way that is easy for people to understand. Because if people don't understand what we're doing here, then hence the criticisms will continue to come. But what it also means is that if we look at issues, for instance, of security, I didn't hear anybody speak to this, but we are not living in the same times that we were living in a couple of decades ago. And one of the recommendations of the report speaks to the issue of enhancing the security in and around the precincts of Parliament. For those who have traveled will know that there's no other Parliament, I don't think, anywhere in the Western Hemisphere that has a Parliament where there's a market right outside and a hustle and bustle of activity when Parliament is meeting. The recommendations speak to the expansion of the facilities here at Parliament to allow for more committees to be able to meet, even for the acquisition of lands just across, I believe, the corridor on the outside, to be able to allow us to be able to have a connecting corridor so that we can have the committee rooms being able to be properly staffed and furnished. All of these things come at a cost. So there is a price for reform and there's a price for our democracy. Every committee that we establish in this place, and we have established more than any other administration in our history, whether it is in relation to governance, the environment, in relation to any of the other areas, we have established more committees and given an opportunity to the people of this country to be able to come in, to email in, to be a part of the discourse and the discussion that is taking place at the highest level in this country. And I therefore support any exercise which will allow for further inclusivity of the people of this country in helping us to make decisions. Because I firmly believe all of the brains don't reside in the Barbados Labour Party, and neither do they all reside in the Democratic Labour Party or any of the other political parties. And therefore, in a small society, it is important that we allow all ideas to contend. Just as with our 29 seats in this place, we allow opposition within the government, where everybody does not have to agree to the policies, and they can speak their mind freely if they do not agree with certain things. But I think the time has come where we must revisit the issues of security when we are in this place. I think there are several examples where parliaments have been bombarded, people have come off of the street. We take things, so many things for granted. And therefore, I think that serious consideration must be given to this place and its precincts, not only for the safety of the members of parliament, but for the police, for the clerks, for the officers who work in here, for the maids, for the catering staff. Because if somebody has a personal issue with an individual, that can also lend itself to persons coming off the street and attacking somebody else in this space. And it is not to say that it cannot happen anywhere else, but I'm simply saying that we have seen the precedent over and over in other jurisdictions where things are not the same anymore. And I think a word to the wise is sufficient. Much has been said, Mr. Speaker, regarding the issue of MPs and their ability to do their job. This discussion, I think, if you ask every MP, this is a deep burning issue for many people. It is a difficult conversation to have because I think many times when MPs speak about increased resources and an allocation of resources, in particular, a very unwise opposition and one which has not thought through what it is that you have to do when you're in government, tends to criticize a position taken in relation to enhanced resources. I support the recommendation for the increase in a constituency development fund. And I support it not because in any way I need more money to be able to help me do what I do on a day-to-day basis, because I tell people I didn't come to public life to suck on the nipples of the public purse. I did things before I came to public life, and I will continue to do so when I exit public life as well. But there is a reality that we must confront. It is not about increasing the salary of any particular MP or minister, but there are some broken systems that we have in our society across government. I have colleagues that, and one stopped me just now to tell me about some issues with a road that needs doing, potholes that need fixing. Somebody will stop me to tell me about a drain that has collapsed that needs to be fixed. We need to deal with the issues that our MPs have now been reduced, in many cases, to persons who have to know, not just highlight the problem, but also be reporting the problem for the solution to then come from the minister of a particular department. These are the real reasons why sometimes the request for the constituency fund, as I heard other colleagues have expressed, would assist a member to be able to organize activities in the community. If they see that some repairs need doing to an old lady's paling, you may be able to get a few carpenters in the area and through the fund be able to allocate resources to be able to address what needs to be done. I don't have to tell this chamber, you know, as much as my colleague, member for St. George South often is responsive and his team, there are times when I have had to pull my pocket and make sure that the little old lady's paling has to go up because it is taking too long to get done. I have also had to go into my pocket to make sure that the little old lady's door that has been leaking for several months, that because the Ministry of Housing may be waiting, or NHC may be waiting to be able to get funding from the start of the financial year and they haven't gotten it yet, that prior to the hurricane season, the MP is being asked to make sure that she's able to assist that little old lady. And I do it, Mr. Speaker, not to take tales out of school, but to say that that is an example of what we all do. And I don't think that is all we came to public life to do, because many of us have not only been operating at a constituency level, but many of us in our respective portfolios have been operating as national MPs. We have been operating and speaking on national issues because there have been, at one point, 30 of us and now 29. And because of the state, the sorry state that we came to office and found this country in, it has been an all hands on deck, a 20 out of 24-hour day that we've been asked to engage in. Now, for some looking on, some people will say, well, you might work hard, but I know about the rest. We get that. We understand that. But I assure you that each of my colleagues, if given the resources to be able to assist constituencies, will do so. Because there is nothing worse than having people constantly coming to you and you are not able to solve their problems, because you know why, Mr. Speaker? The people sent you there. But this goes to a wider point, and the wider point is that we must make our systems work for us. While we talk about enhancing the parliamentarians and enhancing how parliamentarians function, let us not pretend that the reason why we are not functioning is for any other reason than sometimes others are not functioning in their own capacity to do what they're supposed to do. And therefore, we got to get real about speaking truth to power in relation to making sure that resources are properly allocated to allow people to do what the expectations are from the public that they ought to do. We also have to speak truth to power that we need to stop having square pegs and round holes. Because oftentimes the reasons that we are not able to get the things done that we want done is because we have some capacity issues in order to get those things done. So many times the burden comes back on the MP, who is then accused of not fixing the well in the constituency that has been uncovered, of not fixing the sidewalk that has been broken for several years, or as is my greatest pet peeve, not picking up the bollards down in Redmond's village and driving past them every day as though nobody can see them fall down in the road. That is not the minister's problem. That is a function of the people who are tasked with the job to oversee and to provide the oversight within the respective departments. So while we speak to enhancing the ability of our MPs to be able to have the constituency allowance, to increase the allowance, we also have to look at the reforms that are necessary to make sure that our systems are working. Because I believe that what is happening is you are working the MPs even harder than you ought to. Prime Minister always speaks about many hands making light work. So we cannot speak about parliamentary reform in a vacuum. Because many of the things that we pass here, many of the tribunals and the entities that we establish in this place, in the name of the people, there is another reality. That if we don't have the resources in the respective ministries or the people to be able to carry out the functions, many times all we have done is pronounced on a piece of legislation and said we are doing X or Y. But where is the money? How long does it take for us to be able to get the resources sometimes to be able to execute the things that we all know that we stand up in this place and we do all of the pretty speeches to be able to do, when we know that we're not going to be able to establish these things in real time? These are the real issues, Mr. Speaker, and I'm calling it as I see it. Because I would not want this debate. I told my colleagues I don't want that tomorrow morning to say that this bunch of greedy politicians asking for more money without an explanation as to the realities of what we are encountering. This is real to many of us. And the system hasn't changed, because the minute that as a politician you start to speak about increased resources for doing anything, all of a sudden people think that you're just grabbing at the public purse and you're trying to get more money. But there is also a cost for representation. And I think that needs to be the takeaway that the public needs to have. If they want to see all of what we spend when the month comes, I would love us to make sure that any fund has the relevant auditing and accountability that is necessary, as we would for any other financial management issues. But a constituency fund increase, I think, ought to be supported. And I think it has to come with the necessary allocation of accounting as well as auditing. Now, on the issue of national MPs, I know there are some colleagues who perhaps support this. There are some who don't. The great thing in the Barbados Labour Party is that all ideas can contend, that we are free to be able to speak our minds in relation, whether publicly or otherwise, on how we feel about proposals that have been put on the table. Now, my initial view is that I don't support it. I don't support it from the position that I do not believe that we have enough information in front of us to be able to make an informed decision. So my knee-jerk is not to support something that I ain't quite understand. I do not know how the persons exactly are going to be selected. I do not know where, as I think the Honourable Leader of the Opposition said, where they're going to sit. I do not know what they're going to get paid. I know that I have been declaring my assets, as have other colleagues have been doing. I do not know what the framework is going to look like. And therefore, I am not going to run merrily along and start agreeing to something that I do not understand. And therefore, when we met as a parliamentary group, the decision was made that something as significant as this in terms of a decision, that rather than having a lack of consensus amongst the parliamentary group, that we would seek to be able to further flesh this out so that people could have a further discourse on the terms and conditions, how it would work. Now, I don't anticipate that this is a next year thing. I believe that, like many other things that have been in the number of reports that we've seen from Menzies Cox's reports back down, that these are things that will continue to be ventilated because there will always be a resistance from sitting MPs for things that are so significant in terms of changes. But I'm open-minded enough, Mr. Speaker, to know that until I see the facts put in front of me, that I'm not going to be one who closes my mind to a recognition, not that the men and women who have come to public life in this space are not some of the best minds in the country, but that I recognize that even coming to office in 2018, when we required assistance from outside to be able to take us from all of the downgrades that we had to be able to bring this country and its reserves back up, that many of us, no matter how great we were, no matter how much degrees we had, we did not have the knowledge base and the understanding of what was required in order to go on in the international markets to be able to negotiate. And we had to take a decision as a government that we needed to get the best in the business. We went for the best in class. We went for the best Barbadians that could assist us to be able to advise. Many of them did not come with a political background. They were proud Barbadians who stood up to be counted, to be able to assist this country when it was needed the most. So I will be the first to say, as I have said from the time I started my political career, that the best minds will not always be in one political party, and therefore, as a small country, we must continue to look for the best in class across the political divide. And we must look for it if it is outside, if it is in the region, if it is in Africa, if it is in India. I believe that we look for the best in class. The reality is that the things that certainly when my father was a cabinet minister that he had to deal with are completely different from the things that we as parliamentarians have to deal with today. And the level of expertise that is needed, the way in which the world is changing at a rapid pace, requires us perhaps not just to think in terms of national MPs within a chamber such as this, but certainly to consider what we have been doing over the course of the last few years, which is engaging persons to be able to provide consultancy services and to pay them for those services. Because I believe firmly that, you know, having started out in politics, representing people, doing things for people, continuing to help people, taking my last dollar to make sure that people can eat and sleep and little children can go to school, that there is value and there is a level of empathy that I have when I see people suffering. That I don't know that the same empathy is there if you have not understood and walked in the trenches to understand how people live. Because sometimes we have an imbalance in how we approach policy, because if you're only talking to economists who have not collided with the social issues, you're only going to get one perspective. But there is a reality. I remember being in the Senate, and I think it was the then minister who was responsible for energy, saying to me that he could not relate to how, as MPs, on a morning he would hear the stories of MPs having people turning up at their houses with the light bills. And he couldn't relate. I'm sure, Honourable Member, you recall that. He couldn't relate to that. Now, he was chosen as a bright one to be able to be Minister of Energy. But he had no connection, no understanding to how people, sometimes you wake up and people are outside of your house with a bill, or they call you and the children have not had anything to eat. He couldn't understand that because he was so caught in numbers that the suffering that people were facing day to day in this country, he could not relate to. So I have no problem with best in class. And if we use the Singapore model, there came a time in Singapore where that best in class model was used to get Singapore where it is today. But Barbados is not Singapore. And if you don't understand the basics, you don't understand representation, you don't understand the cries of the mothers and the children when they cannot put food on their table or they cannot make the little 150 that you might give them in a voucher work for that family, then I take the position that you can be engaged as a consultant, you can be engaged to advise the government on anything, but I take representation serious. If anything, we have the additional responsibility. We go to the funerals, we are there for the families. And if you're like me that grew up in a constituency where everybody is your god brother and your god sister, and therefore when they feel a pain, you feel a pain too. That is my reality. So while I have no opposition to the concept, I have stated clearly that, and it has been agreed upon, that we will make sure that it is properly ventilated so that everybody is on the same page. Because when those decisions need to be made, I believe that the people who have sent us here expect that the people who have worked, blood, sweat, and toil on the ground, going to their houses and asking for the vote, should be at the table helping to make the decisions that are required. As it relates, Mr. Speaker, to the issue of women, I think this Barbados Labour Party has demonstrated that while the recommendation for quotas is on the table, that even as of recently, that we have continued to empower women in this country, not simply because they are women, and I want to make that clear, that I don't think any of us have gotten to this position simply because we are women. But for the women who have been placed in positions, we understand that we must not just climb up the ladder, but that we must bring along outstanding women as well to be able to climb up on our backs also. And it is for that reason I too do not agree with the recommendation for the quotas, but I think that this party has more than any other demonstrated its seriousness at all levels of whether it's the public service, whether it is in relation to Parliament, that we are serious about leveling the playing field where decision-making is made not simply by men alone, but that there is a voice in the room from women to help to shape policy and to inform decision-making. One of the last points that I would want to make as well, Mr. Speaker, is in relation to this issue of the diaspora voting. Now, having not too long come out of the St. James North by-election, I think the statistics would have shown us that one of the biggest challenges is our cleaning of the lists in terms of making sure that the list accurately reflects the number of people who are registered to vote. It says to me that while on the one hand we want to encourage the diaspora to be able to participate in decision-making in this country, that we need to get a few things at home right. It is easy for us to think about big picture things, but sometimes we have to get the small things right if we are going to sell these big picture things to the general public. And I think the public wants to know, first of all, that we are getting our list clean, that we're making sure that Electoral and Boundaries Commission is fully functioning, and that there are no errors in relation to our lists, because what clearly came out of the by-election suggested that we need some additional resources to make sure that we get our act together. And therefore, I would not want a situation where we embark on something like the overseas voting, and we find ourselves in a situation where we either don't have the adequate resources, or we have then allegations of voter fraud as a consequence of so doing. I think that having the representation across all of the ministries of people being able to weigh in on things that will affect people in the diaspora, I think that is important. I recall back before the 2018 election, I think Prime Minister, then leader of the opposition, myself would have visited certainly New York and I think the UK as well, to visit people who, again, are Barbadians, people who love Barbados, and I believe that they have a role to play in helping us to certainly build out our economy and certainly build out our society. And I do feel that the report has highlighted the fact that there is a role for them to play. But I would not want a role for them to play that is going to frustrate them. So I would like us to be able to make sure that we get what we are doing on Island correct before we embark on creating new structures to then find ourselves in a situation where they are not adequately protected and preserved. But I do support the inclusion of people from the diaspora. So, Mr. Speaker, I, in general, support the parliamentary reform. I think that, as I said from the outset, I think my only criticism would be that, and it comes as a recommendation, that we need to engage more. The recommendations are there in terms of how we enhance the parliament, how we make sure that parliament is more relevant, and perhaps that needs to be one of the first, perhaps, agenda items to be able to make sure that the adequate resources are put to being able to allow us to allow people to understand what we do in this place. I think there's also a recommendation for leader of government business to be able to indicate, I think every 6 months, where legislation is at. And I support that, because sometimes we pass legislation here, and for one reason or the other, after it has passed the Senate, you know, you're not quite sure what has happened, and obviously there's no formal way of reporting back to all members in terms of what has been transpiring. So I do feel that those things will allow the public to know that something has taken effect, as opposed to them just waking up and seeing a PSA telling them that a piece of legislation is now applicable to them. We need to make that connect between what we do here and the rollout of legislation. And that can only come with an understanding, not only by the public servants, but by the people, as to how the legislation will actually impact us going forward. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I am obliged.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me pleasure to rise to close the debate on this resolution and to have allowed the Parliament of our nation, the lower house in this instance, and at a soon time, the upper house, to be able to debate the report of the Parliamentary Reform Commission. Let me go on record yet again in thanking those who would have served and given their time. I would not be as uncharitable as those in here who chose to call it as a report not worthy of a fifth form student. And I think that most of us in here, if we apply our hearts in the right place and our heads in the right place, would know that that kind of pejorative language is uncalled for people who have sought simply to give their best, even if we disagree with them. And therefore, I immediately distance myself and those of this government from any comments that would seek to reduce this Parliamentary Reform Commission report, sorry, Bob, taking it, to that worthy of a fifth form. Whether we like it or not, the reality is that we have had no serious debate on the development of our Parliament, on the modernization of our Parliament, for over 50 years. For more than half of a century. We have increased the number of seats, as I indicated on a previous occasion, but we have not gone into the various elements of how best we should improve, particularly given the fact that the last time reform was undertaken in this country, phone booths were all across the country. And if you didn't have the little bit of change to put in the phone booth, you could not make a call to nobody, not even the police or other people. I give you that for us to take context as to how far. Barbados in those days was predominantly in black and white television. And as a young child, I must have been about 4 or 5 years old, I remember watching all of the pictures of the day, including Julia, with the first black woman, Diane Carroll, playing in that sitcom that used to come on when we were in primary school. and Gunsmoke, and a number of other wagon train, a number of things that if I said those things today, people would not even know what I'm talking about because of how far this was from our reality then. I say these things for us to put in context how far we have come without changing the fundamental structures of our government. And we don't want change for the sake of change, because Barbadians learned the hard way in 2008 that an entreaty to change for the sake of change led to the lost decade. So that change in and of itself is not necessarily being recommended. Now, having said that, we knew from the outset, from our own parliamentary party meetings, that there is not everything that is in here that meets or enjoys the favor of either the whole parliamentary party or parts of the parliamentary party. And there are things in here that I don't agree with, as I said, and there are things in here that others have not agreed with. But I urge us to be able to disagree without disrespect, because that is the nature of the society we are trying to build in this country. I have already indicated to this Honourable House that the government will have a position on certain matters that should go to a joint select committee to determine how best or how or if or when we put certain things in place to be able to deal with respect to the matter of some of these suggestions, whether it be national MPs, whether it be diasporic MPs, whatever those, the Deputy Prime Minister says those are higher order things. Well, I'm not sure if they're higher order or not, but there are things that are not of immediate decision. What I have served notice on is the desire of the government to be able to ensure that there are a few things that may not be able to await the conclusion of that all-party working group. And one of those relates to the fact that we feel strongly that ministers should have a right of audience in both houses. Because in a very real sense, we are asking others to carry a brief that ought really to be carried by the line minister, and who is best positioned to be able to respond to the concerns of the rest of Parliament, while at the same time being in a position to listen to the rest of Parliament as to the things that they would like to see with respect to affairs pertaining to the particular portfolio. We've also indicated, and I have, that there are matters later this year. The Honourable President's term will come to an end, and therefore we must be in a position to ensure that the country's business and our head of state's appointment and election by Parliament continues apace without any improper delay whatsoever. So that this work here will continue. And whether it continues through immediate action of the executive, triggering action of Parliament, or whether it continues through action of the Management Commission of Parliament, working on a joint select committee to be able to determine those things that are best determined by the Joint Select Committee of Parliament, they will all take place. And there may be some instances, I think that there is virtual unanimity, Mr. Speaker, that you may well create history by being the last person who sits in that chair coming from an elected bench. And I think that all of us in here, from what I can gather, find favor with that. And that is not to get you out of a job, because you are in the job until such time as an election is called, and we are, by law, just over 2 years away from that date. Or just about 2 years, I should say, because it's the end of June yesterday. With respect to the issue of quotas. I made my position known already, and I've heard others in here on it. The matter of a code of conduct for parliamentarians does not need to await any higher order purposes. The matter of access to constituency representation funds and the issue of the revision of the pension age, those do not need to await any higher order matters. And all of those could as well come more or less in quick order. But we do accept that there are some things that require the deliberate further research of others. I do not like the idea of a salaries review committee, but I do not intend at the end of my political career to bind future parliaments. And that will be the subject of a debate. But I understand the wisdom of our prime ministers who went before, who understood the manner in which we were able to maintain relativities in this country by having the salaries of the political class tied to the movement of salaries of the public service class at the same time. And in a country this small, I believe there is wisdom in maintaining that type of position. Now, there is an anomaly in here, and I'm surprised, I'm not sure if a member spoke about it, where persons who are ministers and MPs receive different salaries from persons who are ministers and senators and who do not carry the same weight of constituency representation. And it has remained in that way for some time. I spoke also about the importance of putting terms and conditions in place for former presidents and former persons who have served, prime ministers, former other persons who have served in high office. And that is largely because, as I said, the notion that a president who has not lived in their own house for years, having to just resettle overnight, is something that we need to think through and recognize that that's not always possible. And therefore, in addition to what is here, after consultation with the current head of state and former heads of state or heads of government, I intend to ensure that we put a package in place that is befitting of the office of those who have served at the very highest level as President or Governor General of Barbados. I simply want to say that I was truly disappointed in the speech of the Leader of the Opposition, purely because I thought he would have used the opportunity to be able to address matters that may elevate the functioning of our Parliament and to move beyond the usual harangue and allegations of despotic behavior. I believe the member for St. James Central dealt with him appropriately this morning with respect to that type of behavior. And perhaps he himself finds himself in a different and a difficult situation, particularly given that he had committed that he would speak to his constituents, having not done so before he crossed the floor. And now it would appear to me, having not done so publicly, before he changes constituencies yet again. And the member for St. James Central shared what all of the rest of us have been aware of, that he's actually written the General Council of the Democratic Labour Party to change from the constituency of Christchurch South to the constituency of St. John. Now, if he feels that would give him his best chance, then so be it. I wish him well, but I say to him simply that what is good for one is not always good for others. And he will take his chances, and we will see what we will see. But I wish him the very best. Recognizing, however, that this party has now put on the ground a record of representation for the people of St. John that I really would want to associate with. And that record is not based on being a leader of a party, but is based on seeing the residents of St. John, working with the residents of St. John, hearing the concerns of the residents of St. John, and moving forward with it. As I said, I really am a little disappointed because the debate was not intended to be a debate for talking for the sake of talking, and it therefore pains me that we were not able to get more out of this than we did. Look, fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, leadership is not about tearing down things and tearing down everything you cannot control. And I say so because in the last 2 weeks, I have had cause twice to deal with those who want to tear down Barbados. Because you're not only tearing down this government, you're tearing down Barbados. Those who would put fake news out there about us seeking to ban the President of the United States from coming here, nonsense. Those who would put fake news as recent as last Friday morning about Barbados having received an advisory from the US government. There is clearly somebody who is getting something out of this by being able to undermine and destabilize the country of Barbados. And I ask us all to remain vigilant because, as I said, with respect to the democracies in which we live, the spectacle of fake news and AI-generated media, regrettably, is now a part of our environment. And we need to be able to make sure that we can treat to it. So I say again, leadership is not about tearing down everything that you cannot control. Indeed, it is really about building institutions that would outlast you. That's what Grantley Adams did when he introduced cabinet government in this country with the Bush experiment. That's what the Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow did when he carried this country to independence. That is what the Right John Michael Jeffrey Manningham Adams did when he introduced the amendments to the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act that would make tens of thousands of people owners of property in this country. That is what leadership is about. Building institutions and programs that will outlast us all. I want to say to our country and to Bajans, this government will not, Mr. Speaker, be distracted. And while the leader of the opposition will choose to play politics, we will choose to build out the independent Republic of Barbados. While the leader of the opposition will choose to throw stones week after week after week and rocks week after week after week, we will lay the foundations. And while he will stand acting as he does, from sort of vocal to shouting in frustration, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to serve the people of this nation. It is clear that there are some generational issues that have to be addressed. And you heard it play out in this debate today. We will address some of those generational issues as best we can, but some of them are really for the purview of the Management Commission. And the Code of Conduct, in my view, is the first one, Mr. Speaker, that the Management Commission ought to be addressing. And we can't say that we don't know why or how, because we've had sufficient cause in the last few decades for us to understand why this is a critical action that must be taken. With respect, as I said, to those things that have and constitute a drain on the public purse, particularly constituency, representational allowances, etc., or funds, we will do the research, and I would wish a combination of persons. I've asked Cabinet Office to do a research paper, but I also feel that Parliament itself may well want to examine whether it ought not to be the place where these things ought not also to be located. So we have clarity as to whether the constituency representational allowances ought to be within the context of Parliament or ought to be within the context of the executive recognizing that Parliament also receives its funds, but Parliament does its own budget, and invariably I do not treat the Parliament in the same way that I treat other government departments, as you know already. For the most part, therefore, sir, I think we have had a good debate. I think that Barbados can say that for the first time in half a century, we have the possibility of reviewing how best we can improve how we govern ourselves. And I look forward now to the actual execution of those policies that will allow us to have the rubber hit the road and to bring improvements to the people of this country. I'm obliged to all honourable members who spoke and to recognize that for reminding the public that the whip was effectively off, and therefore you would have heard a range of views coming from the government side, recognizing that persons were given the opportunity to speak their minds on the policy initiatives that are before us. But having said that, the government will have to govern, and it is at that point that the whip will come back on and that we will take the decisions that we have to take to be able to move, or in the case of the Management Commission will also act in the interest of Parliament as a body itself, since it is the Management Commission that manages and leads the affairs of this Honourable Parliament. I started the debate last week by reminding us that this was the 75th year in which Barbadians celebrate the right to vote without any consideration of property or any other qualification other than the attainment of an age. It was originally set at 21 years old. It has gone to 18 years old. And I believe that we have a responsibility as a Parliament, Mr. Speaker, particularly with you hosting later this year, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meetings that you're hosting in early October. I believe between now and February next year, which will be the actual 75th anniversary of the proclamation of the Representation of People Act, that we have a responsibility to undertake a level of public education. And I would be happy if during the summer recess, a fully televised debate of the Barbados Youth Parliament, reflecting on the 75th anniversary of the right to vote, should be facilitated in this honourable chamber. And in the same way that we, as the members of Parliament, as we sit today, are given the right for broadcast and coverage, I would wish that the Barbados Youth Parliament be able to have that opportunity to debate a resolution reflecting on the 75 years and pointing on the way forward as they see it with respect to the state and quality of our democracy. And if that can find favor with you, sir, then I simply say, would you please ensure that it be done? With that, thank you very much, and I look forward to being able to lead some of these changes, the one that will ultimately ensure that also your name goes into history as the last serving Speaker of the House of Assembly to have been elected from the benches of this country. And I say to the leader of government business in this House and to the leader of government business in the other place that we will now need to meet and discuss also the parameters of what goes to the Joint Select Committee for them to review. I imagine that it will take some time since the rest of Parliament's work will not come to an end, but will continue on a parallel track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move that this resolution do now pass, sir.
The question is that this resolution do now pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
be now agreed to, sir.
This resolution stands passed.
Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 15th at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 15th day of July 2025 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 15th day of July at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.